The Protector Chapter 401. I suggest Sir to retreat out of Northampton immediately. Your safety is of utmost importance. That man is not someone you can afford to cross. The moment Winston finished speaking, everyone froze, including Sebastian. What? You're asking me to leave Northampton? Yes. The Northampton Chamber of Commerce agrees with Winston. Northampton is vastly different from what you've imagined. You might die here. Robinson and the other three said. In the end, even Liam chimed in, that's right. You can't afford to cross that man. The three powerful men of Northampton were persuading him not to stay. Their words were shocking. Winston and the rest would not have said something like this in the past. However, after seeing the contents of the painting Seth had shown them, they realized what that man's intentions were. If Sebastian insisted on attacking Northampton, he was doomed for death. Sebastian and the rest were staring at the speakers in shock. I can't afford to cross the Morris Group? Is this a joke? Other than one man in Quebec, there was no one Sebastian could not afford to cross. Moreover, that man was now in South City, not Northampton. Oh, I see. Abruptly, Sebastian laughed. He finally understood why the people of Northampton did not want him to stay. He was intruding upon their territory. That was why these people were using the boss of Morris Group to pressure him to leave. However, he refused to do as they say. The more he could not afford to cross him, the more he wanted to try. This piece of cake in Northampton had to be his. He was going to destroy the Morris Group and kill Levi Garrison. Not even God could stop what Sebastian wanted to do. Looking at the crowd, Sebastian sneered, the theme for this banquet is simple. I'll expand my territory into Northampton along with everyone. If you trust me, give me a sign. From now on, your business is my business. Sebastian's words were simple to understand. He wanted everyone present to pick sides. The time had come. Everyone's hearts skipped a beat. Liam, Winston, and Eric were the first to express their stances. We've retired. We no longer participate with any disputes in Northampton. Very well. And the others? Sebastian looked at the rest. I choose to follow Mr. Lopez. Me too. Everyone was quick and in a hurry to stand on Sebastian's side. I choose to be neutral. Same. A portion of the men decided to pick no sides. In the end, the three wealthy families that had the same standing as the Rogers family, Jenkins, Welch, and the Hardy family had chosen to be neutral. After all, their families had tens of billions. They could expand their territories by themselves. Upon hearing these three men's choices, Sebastian became upset. His expression frightened the rest. Sebastian might not go against them, but their happy days would be numbered. Soon, each family had expressed their stances. Half had chosen to follow after Sebastian, and most chose to be neutral. Who's next? Sebastian asked. Everyone turned to look at Glenn. The only one who had not expressed their stance was him. Mr. Glenn Rogers, what is your answer? I know you're powerful now. Please. Pick your decision wisely, Sebastian laughed. Glenn knew what he meant. No matter which decision he made, he would remain as Sebastian's ultimate archenemy. Now, the decision he would make was important. It was time for him to pick sides. If he chose to be neutral, Sebastian would not target him. However, he would not pick neutral, and neither would he choose to follow after Sebastian. I choose to stand on Morris Group's side. The Protector Chapter 402. A chorus of gasps sounded out. The moment Glenn's words left his mouth, the crowd fell silent. Next were the sounds of people drawing in their breaths. Their eyes were close to popping out of the sockets as they stared at Glenn in shock. Everyone could barely believe their ears. A third choice had been voiced out. They could not believe that someone had chosen to side with the Morris group, which was Sebastian's archenemy. It was as if Glenn was courting for death. Sebastian's terrifying gaze landed on Glenn, and it sent a shudder down his spine. Now, terror had gripped tight onto him. "I'll ask you one more time. What is your choice?" Sebastian repeated his question in a deep voice. Anyone who was not blind nor deaf would realize that Sebastian was angry. The continuous provocation had made Sebastian furious. The trembling of Glenn's body was evident. However, he would not change his decision. That was because standing on Morris Group's side meant that he was standing on Levi's troops' side. Levi's the god of war. No matter how impressive you are, Sebastian, you can never surpass the god of war. The reason behind him being number one in Northampton was because he was a follower of Levi. If not for him, the Rogers family would have been bankrupted long ago. This was the time for him to express his loyalty to Levi. "I repeat my answer. I choose to stand with the Morris Group. Whoever is the enemy of the Morris Group will be the Rogers family's enemy," Glenn declared. No one could understand Glenn's decision. They thought, even if you don't want to follow after Sebastian, you can choose to be neutral. Why do you have to go against Sebastian? Do you have a death wish? All right, Sebastian said. Even he was stunned by Glenn's answer. He thought that everyone in Northampton would bow to him the moment he commanded them to. Yet, it was only his first day here and he was already provoked several times. Levi had humiliated him. The Morris Group had forced him. The Rogers family had chosen to go against him. This was humiliating. Sebastian's pride was destroyed in a blink of an eye. Fury. It was an unrestrainable fury. Sebastian laughed. "Has everyone forgotten about me because I haven't come here for a long time? We wouldn't dare." The crowd was shocked. Sebastian said to Simon, "Simon, it seems like we need to do something to remind them that I hold the title of Hades." Simon nodded, "Sir, I'll arrange for it immediately." Their conversation scared the living daylights out of the crowd. Sebastian was about to make his move. Even Glenn was afraid. He doubted he would be able to leave the Lopez family's estate alive tonight. Henry and Sean took the opportunity to sneer, "You have no fear of death. Did you have to force him to do this?" Sebastian walked towards Glenn and patted his shoulders. "Don't be scared. I won't kill you tonight. In near future, I'll show you why your choice is a mistake." At the end, when Glenn left the Lopez family's estate, his clothes were soaked with cold sweat. The remaining left with pounding hearts. Everyone knew that for Northampton, tonight was destined to be a sleepless night. After the people had left, Sebastian narrowed his eyes and announced, "We'll deal with Neuve and Trey tonight. Assign black and white guards on it," Sebastian added. Simon drew a sharp breath. He knew that Sebastian was serious about it this time. Harry and the rest exchanged a look. They knew what the black and white guards were. They must be what was kept in the forbidden room. Fabian, who had seen them personally, started perspiring in fear. The Protector Chapter 403. When he thought back of that scene, his knees went weak. Levi knew what had happened at the Lopez family's estate. That coward Glenn actually stood on Morris Group's side. Levi laughed. No matter how cowardly he is, he knows how powerful the god of war is. Azure Dragon chuckled. Kieran added, "I'm afraid Sebastian will be exacting his revenge maniacally now. That man is a lunatic. The faster he makes his move, the earlier he dies," Levi chortled. Sebastian Lopez was not worth his attention. Recently, Neuve and Trey were giddy with delight. They had abandoned the terrible things in their past. Now, they were focused on their businesses, hoping to contribute to North Hampton. Moreover, they were in collaboration with several other successful businessmen. They frequently had discussions on methods of business expansion. Most of their businesses were involved with bars and karaoke clubs. Tonight, at Crown Karaoke, Nuv, Trey, and 5 other businessmen were in a meeting. Right then, screams traveled into their ears from the corridor. Nuv and Trey's men were lying scattered across the corridor. As the karaoke room was soundproofed, Nuv and the rest did not hear the screams. Bang! Right then, the door to the room was kicked open. A group of people entered. "Who are you?" When Nuv and the rest recognized none of the intruders, they became wary and stood up defensively. "Nuv? Trey?" the leading man asked. "That's right. Who are you? What are you doing here?" Nuv hissed. No one in Northampton dared to provoke him. "There are 2 people who wish to meet you," the man replied as he laughed. "Who wants to meet us?" Nuv's curiosity grew. Just then, the dozens of men by the door moved to the sides, leaving a space in the middle. With the sounds of footsteps, 2 men came in. One in black, and the other in white. When Nuv saw them, the color drained from his face. His voice trembled. "What? Be black and white guards?" Nuv had lived a life in the underground society for decades. He had heard of the black and white guards. However, he did not expect these 2 gods of death to look for him. "Black and white guards!" Trey shrieked. The black and white guards were taboos. There was no good ending for those who encountered them. "Let's fight till the end. We have no other way," Nuv hissed. Sebastian's guards went out, leaving the black and white guards in the room. When they left the room, they locked the door. "Ugh! Arg!" Agonizing wails traveled out of the karaoke room. Even Sebastian's men had cold sweat beading on their foreheads when they heard the screams. They could not imagine the bloodbath that was going on in the room. They could not imagine what torture Nuv and Trey was experiencing. Indeed, the room had turned into hell. The screams continued for half an hour. Finally, the black and white guards exited. Both men's hands were covered in blood, and they were sucking it as if they did not want to waste even a drop. That night, that place in Northampton had gone through its worst history. In one night, Sebastian had shown the people of Northampton the definition of cruelty and the weight of Hades' arrival. It was an act too cruel. Excluding the countless deaths and injuries, many had their bones simply removed from their bodies. "Levi, bad news. Sebastian went to settle off Nuv and his gang last night. Countless are dead and severely injured. Even Nuv and Trey are on the verge of death." Early in the morning, Azure Dragon came with horrible news. "What? They actually dared to make a move?" Levi was stunned. The Protector Chapter 404. "Yes. Sebastian is a madman." Azure Dragon sighed. "Apparently, he has 2 terrifying subordinates who are ruthless. Many were bitten to death. Although Nuv and Trey had many men with them, they were no match for those 2. They must be the black and white guards that Glenn mentioned," Levi mumbled. "Do you remember Chopper?" Levi nodded. Chopper had been a great help to him. Chopper died from blood loss after the black and white guards sucked out his blood while he was alive. Azure Dragon told him the terrifying truth. Levi looked calm, but on the inside, anger was boiling. "Let's visit Nuv." When they reached the hospital, they saw Nuv and Trey swaddled in bandages. With one glance, Levi knew how terrible last night had been for them. Nuv has 87 broken bones and 105 cuts on him. Trey has 76 broken bones. And he has 88 cuts. Azure Dragon informed Levi of their injuries. "It seems like it's a miracle that they survived." They can only live as a cripple. From now on, the doctor explained. Azure Dragon whispered to Levi, Sir, I think the black and white guards intentionally left Nuve and Trey alive. It's a warning for us. Levi nodded. Yes, I've noticed. They have more than 100 wounds, but each cut avoided the vital points. It seems like those two are quite impressive. How cruel, Azure Dragon gritted out. If we don't deal with them, they might end up hurting Ms. Lopez. That's a consequence we don't want to think about. Kieran suggested, let me deal with this. Levi shook his head. No need. It's time for White Tiger to exercise a little. Hey? White Tiger? Azure Dragon and Kieran were bewildered. He was a man with a great reputation and influence. White Tiger, the King of War, had a nickname on the battlefield, War Machine. That title was the nightmare of many enemies. That was because White Tiger was a maniac and also the devil of the battlefield. In the Five Great Wars Regiment, he was the best fighter. Once, White Tiger had fought his way out of tens of thousands of enemies without a scratch on him. In that battle, he had killed over 6,000 people all by himself. That battle was the one where his reputation was established. However, he was the cruelest and most controversial one. As long as White Tiger made a move, his opponent will die. There were no other options for them. Once, he murdered tens of thousands of prisoners, and he nearly went to the military court. Hence, that was why Levi had made him stay low for such a long time. Every time White Tiger made a move, a disaster ensued. Yes. It's time for him to act. Levi was determined. Sebastian's act of sending out the black and white guards to create a bloodbath in the underground world frightened everyone. Sebastian's title as the Hades had returned overnight. People from all corners of Northampton were trembling in terror. They were scared that they would be his next target. After all, the enemy was in the shadows. Glenn was distressed. The entire Rogers family was feeling dreadful. Last night, it had been Nuve and Trey. The next in line would definitely be the Rogers family. Glenn started sobbing. He could not cross both sides. Crossing either side would result in death. They thought that the Rogers family had finally reached their prime, but now they were facing an impossible obstacle. At the Lopez family's estate, Sebastian was satisfied with the reactions of the people in Northampton. Violence is needed for them to feel fear. If not, there's always someone who's trying to provoke me, Sebastian sneered. Who should I deal with next? Sebastian contemplated. The Protector Chapter 405. Henry stepped forward and uttered, Sir, I have a suggestion. It's a plan that will kill two birds with one stone. Speak your mind. If it's satisfactory, I'll reward you for it, Sebastian said. Glenn Rogers has a granddaughter named Abigail Rogers. Moreover, Abigail Rogers is Levi's sister-in-law, and they're close to each other, Henry cackled. Upon hearing this, Sebastian's eyes gleamed. Wonderful. Simon, bring Abigail to me, he instructed. Yes, sir. Sebastian then turned toward Henry. You have quite a lot of ideas. Follow me. From now on. Thank you, sir, for this honor. Henry immediately got to his knees and kneeled to Sebastian. If he followed Sebastian, his life in Northampton would be easy. Abigail was currently doing an internship in market research. In the evening, when she and her classmates were about to return home, several large men came towards them. Ms. Rogers, please come with us. Instantly, one of the women started dragging her away. What? I don't know you. Abigail had a displeased look on her face. Among Abigail's classmates were her admirers. They swiftly intervened. What are you all trying to do? A few tall classmates stepped in front of Abigail to protect her. Smack! Smack! Their answers were in the form of a punch. Instantly, their faces were bloodied. And their noses were broken. Abigail was taken away as the others watched. Levi was drinking tea in the Morris Group's office. Right then, Seth Wilson, the leader of the security team, called. Levi, bad news. The Lopez family said that your sister-in-law is in their hands. If you don't reach the Lopez family's estate by 12, Abigail will be handed to the Black and White Guards, reported Seth anxiously. What? Abigail's been caught? They must have a death wish. Levi fumed. He had sent his men to protect Zoe, but he had not thought the possibility of Abigail being caught. It would be horrendous if Abigail ended up in the Black and White Guards' hands. From what he heard, the Black and White Guards were not only cruel executioners, but they were also perverts. On the other side, Glenn Rogers had also received news of Abigail's capture. Glenn was in a panic, this was his beloved granddaughter. In the evening, at the Lopez family's estate, Abigail was locked in a room. However, there were sounds and movements from the other side of the room. It was as if there were two pacing beasts breathing heavily. Fortunately, there was a window between the two rooms, and both sides could see each other. When Abigail looked through the window and saw the two beasts, she shrieked in horror. One was dressed in black, and the other was dressed in white. Both men had far too much hair on them to look human. Not only were their arms and legs covered in thick hair, but their faces were also hairy. They looked like savages. The two men had grown up in a pack of wolves. Their habits and behaviors were similar to those of a wolf. The two were baring their teeth at Abigail, and she could smell the pungent scent of blood. Their eyes were the eyes of beasts. One look and Abigail was crying out of horror. Sebastian went to the forbidden room and smiled. This girl is your reward. After you've enjoyed her thoroughly, help me kill her later. The Black and White Guards nodded as they eagerly looked at Abigail. No. Don't. Abigail knew what was coming next, but Sebastian was already gone. Before he left, he threw the keys to the two men. Clang! The Black and White Guards swiftly unlocked the door. The Protector Chapter 406. The two beasts quickly opened Abigail's door and rushed in. She closed her eyes in despair. Levi, save me, please. Levi's face emerged in Abigail's mind. Just as the Black and White Guards were about to pounce on Abigail, they suddenly stopped. Slowly, they turned their heads to look. Nearby, there was a man in green military attire. His cap blocked his face. The only thing they could see was that he had a cigarette between his lips, and he was taking a long drag. He beckoned the Black and White Guards. Cracking sounds came from the joints of the Black and White Guards. Both were looking at that man in excitement. Their eyes were an eerie green, and it was as if they had turned into wolves. The sense of danger which that man exuded made them interested. That man was White Tiger. He had finally stepped into the sun after arriving in Northampton a few months earlier. Whoosh! In the next second, the Black and White Guards charged. They struck out as swift as lightning. It was as if two wolves were charging towards White Tiger. Like claws, Black Guard swung his hands at White Tiger. However, White Tiger was as quick as them, he dodged it easily. He then grabbed Black Guard's waist and slammed his knee onto the other man's body. Crack! A blow from his knee broke Black Guard's back. Ow! Black Guard howled like a beast as he collapsed on the floor, unmoving. His spine was broken. It was now impossible for him to muster any strength at all. Instantly, White Guard's attack came too. Swiftly, White Tiger tilted to the side to dodge it. Before White Guard could attack again, White Tiger had already restrained his arms, and in one move, he bent them. Crack! Crack! Both of White Guard's arms were torn out from their sockets by White Tiger. He threw the arms onto the floor, where they still wiggled. Abigail was terrified by the scene, but she could not tear her eyes off it. Close your eyes. A voice traveled into her ears and made her feel at ease. Levi, you're finally here. Abigail jumped into Levi's arms and hugged him. The black and white guards were looking at White Tiger in disbelief. Never in their life had they encountered a man as skilled as him. It was incredulous. White Tiger looked at the two and shook his head in disappointment. To him, these two were too easy of an opponent. He had thought that a skilled fighter was waiting for him, but he ended up meeting two pieces of trash. Instead of leaving immediately, White Tiger kept stepping from left to right and vice versa. When the black and white guards noticed it, they wailed. They saw thin threads encircling every part of their body. These thin threads were deadly and sharp. A gentle touch of them would make the fingers bleed. No. What he's about to do is. When the black and white guards realized what White Tiger was doing, they were terrified. This was the first time they had felt fear in their lives. This was the first time they had met someone who was stronger and crueler than them. White Tiger walked forward as both of his hands held onto a thin thread each. PFT. He tugged his hands back. The threads straightened and glided through the black and white guards' bodies. Without another sound, the black and white guards were dead. Moreover, their bodies were sliced into multiple pieces. In the end, when they left, Levi carried Abigail on his back as White Tiger followed behind them. On his face was a look of dissatisfaction. In the Lopez family's living room, Sebastian was still sipping on his tea and waiting for the news. Is Levi too scared to come now? Simon questioned. Henry laughed. He must be. Levi would not risk his life to save someone like Abigail. The Protector Chapter 407. Ha ha ha. Isn't Levi a cocky man? What's wrong? He's afraid now. Even Sebastian was laughing. Simon chuckled along. Sir, it's mostly because what happened last night was too terrifying. Now, the entire Northampton is afraid of you. How does Levi dare to come? Just then, Glenn brought the Rogers family to the Lopez family's estate. Ha ha ha. It's the grandfather. He's here. Levi is indeed a coward. Sebastian guffawed. Trembling, Glenn said, Mr. Lopez, come at me if you dare. You're just a coward. If you take my granddaughter. That's right. We'll agree with anything you want. Let Abigail go, Anthony and Leo said. I only have one principle: I will not let anyone who's related to you go. Sebastian uttered. As if realizing something, Glenn paled. Why, you didn't do anything to Abigail, did you? Ha ha ha. I don't know. I left her with the black and white guards. A cruel smile grew upon Sebastian's lips. Why, you're an animal. Glenn was infuriated. Take us there now. Anthony urged. Yes. Let's go and take a look. What a shame the cowardly Levi isn't here. Sebastian felt somewhat regretful about it. The group came to the spot behind the Lopez family's estate. If everything's going smoothly, the black and white guards must be playing with Abigail right now, Sebastian crowed. However, they had only taken a few steps before they stopped. When Sebastian saw the pieces of black and white guards strewn across the bloody floor, he was stupefied. Is this the black and white guards? Despite their separated states, Sebastian recognized them. After all, their attires were distinguishable from the others. Boom! The scene was a bolt out of the blue for Simon and the rest. The black and white guards are dead? How can this be? They're powerful beings. There is barely anyone in South City who's a match for them. How can they die in Northampton? And in a cruel way like this too? Glenn and his party did not care about the black and white guards. They rushed into the room, but Abigail was long gone. They let out sighs of relief. Evidently, Abigail had been rescued by someone. In the next second, the call they received from Abigail reassured them completely. Outside, the Lopez family was silent. It was some news too shocking for them. There's someone in Northampton that can wipe out the black and white guards? Sebastian and Simon exchanged a look. The person they immediately thought of was the mysterious boss of Morris Group. Glenn sneered, "Do you know how powerful the Northampton is now? That man is someone you can't afford to cross." Upon hearing Glenn's words, Sebastian shuddered. A look of disbelief flashed past his eyes. No wonder Winston and Liam were persuading him the other day, he really could not afford to cross him. At the very least, while he was on Northampton soil, he could not cross him. Glenn gleefully said, "Mr. Lopez, I'll give you a chance now. Kneel at the Morris Group's office for the entire night. Perhaps that man will let you off the hook." "Impossible. How could I bow to him?" Sebastian immediately instructed, "Simon, take your things. We're returning to South City. Any later, and we won't be able to go back." No one expected the situation to end up like this. Sebastian had come to Northampton with a grand entrance, but now he was leaving in a such flurry. He knew what the consequences of his prolonged stay were, so he was swift to leave. The news of Sebastian's departure reached Levi's ears. "Ha! Does he think he can come and go as he pleases? If he's here, he'll have to stay in Northampton forever." The Protector Chapter 408. Understood. Azure Dragon and Kieran shared a look. By now, Sebastian, Simon and the rest of his gang were already out of the metropolitan area of Northampton. They were rushing their way towards South City. "We're finally out of Northampton," Sebastian heaved a sigh of relief. He was fearful of actually dying in Northampton. That man is too ruthless. He managed to deal with tough opponents like the black and white guards. Sebastian knew that if he continued his stay, only death awaited him. Since his opponent was so strong, he chose to avoid him. "I'll remember what Morris Group has done. I'm coming back after I get help from South City." It was impossible for Sebastian to let this matter go. "Sir, I think something's wrong." Simon's instincts were sounding the alarms in his mind. It felt as if something bad was going to happen anytime soon. "Don't worry. No one can come after us here," Sebastian sneered. Whoosh! Right then, the driver pulled the brakes abruptly and nearly threw Sebastian and the rest out of the car. The road in front of them was blocked. Sebastian's fleet of cars was forced to come to a stop. "What's going on?" Sebastian urgently asked. Right then, a group of shadows appeared from behind the roadblocks. The man in lead was James. They had been waiting in this spot for a long time. "Mr. Sebastian Lopez, since you're here, why don't you stay forever? Why are you leaving?" James said with an accent. "Get rid of them." The look in Sebastian's eyes turned cold. The bodyguards of the Lopez family charged forward. Bang! 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 However, they were worlds apart in skills from mercenaries like James. Soon, the bodyguards of the Lopez family were all on the ground. Sebastian and Simon looked at James and his men in shock. Knowing that he was disadvantageous in the situation, Sebastian surrendered instantly. "Take them with us." In the end, James brought the escaping Sebastian back to Northampton. They came to a villa in Northampton. In the villa, a group of people was staring at him. Shakily, Sebastian asked, "What are you trying to do?" "I want to meet with the boss of Morris Group." Kieran laughed, "You want to meet my boss? You have no right." Who are you?" Sebastian warily looked at Levi. "Neil Atkinson." "What? Neil Atkinson?" Sebastian was stunned after hearing his words. Neil Atkinson was only a step away from the most mysterious figure he had ever heard. "What are you going to do to me?" Sebastian panicked. Neil laughed, "I'm going to give you a chance." "What chance?" Neil's smile widened. "A chance for you to stay alive." "How much do you think your life is worth?" Wham! Comprehension crashed into Sebastian's mind. The worth of his life was now calculable in money. Neil had the intention to get a large sum of money from him. Sebastian knew that if he refused, he would not live to see the next morning. Sebastian was about to say 100 million when Neil interrupted, "I heard that. You're a prominent figure in South City, aren't you? I'm sure you're worth at least billions." Bastard! Sebastian's fists were clenched tight as he cursed in his heart. Neil is outrageously greedy. "What about this? 10 billion. An amount fitting for someone like you. I'm sure that won't be a problem, will it?" The smile on Neil's face was as sly as a fox. "You." Sebastian was close to exploding in anger. 10 billion. He wants 10 billion. The Morris Group is too greedy. Simon was shaking in rage, but he could not do anything about it. Do you think your life isn't worth 10 billion? Neil's expression changed as a murderous aura began to exude from him. It made the hair on the back of Sebastian's neck stand up. He felt as if he was a rabbit watched by a fox. The Protector Chapter 409. He knew Neil was warning him that if he could not fork out 10 billion, he was as good as dead. After looking at Simon for a moment, Sebastian relented. "All right. I'll give you 10 billion, but you have to let me go." Neil nodded. "No problem. As long as you give us exactly 10 billion, it won't be worth it for us to take your crappy life." PFT. Sebastian nearly spat blood in the midst of his fury. Not only was he blackmailed of 10 billion, but he also had to endure humiliation. "Simon, transfer the money to them now." Swiftly, Simon and Elena transferred 10 billion to the Morris Group. Neil chuckled, "Mr. Lopez, you're welcome to visit us at Northampton again. Thank you for your contribution." Crash! Sebastian stumbled and fell onto the floor. He was at the worst moment of his life. Sebastian had come to Northampton with such grandeur and he left in 3 days. The black and white guards were permanently left behind in Northampton. And so was his 10 billion. The news quickly spread. People from all parts of Quebec were shocked when they received the news. Even Sebastian Lopez, Hades, was kicked out in such a sorry state? Is Northampton that horrifying of a place? Haven't the 3 prominent figures in Northampton collapsed? Is there another frightening presence in Northampton? More and more powerful families started observing in silence. They had slowly come to realize that Northampton, as great as it was not an easy piece of cake to get. No one was capable of rising in Northampton unless they were obedient to the rules and sincere in contributing to Northampton. Otherwise, they would all end up like Sebastian Lopez. This was Sebastian's greatest humiliation in life. Everyone knew that Sebastian would not let the matter go. One day, he would return to Northampton to take his revenge. The one who had planned to take 10 billion from Sebastian was naturally Levi. "Sir, we have 10 billion now. What do we do with it?" Kieran and Elena queried. "Invest it all into Northampton's development. Firstly, set up a foundation to allocate the funds to help those in need. Secondly, build more nursing homes, orphanages and free schools. Thirdly, invest the money in the poorer areas of Northampton for its development, like their agricultural products, Levi instructed. After listening, Kieran and Elena's eyes lit up. Levi's mind was at a level that they could not dream of reaching. They had thought that Levi would use the 10 billion for the development of Morris Group. Elena worriedly said, "Mr. Garrison, Sebastian would definitely come back. He's not one to take such losses quietly." Levi huffed in laughter as he held onto his cigarette. "That's great. It won't only be 10 billion next time. Honestly, I hope idiots like Sebastian come more often. It's a great help for Northampton's development." PFT. Kieran and Elena nearly spat blood when they heard his words. If his words were heard by the prominent figures in South City, they might just die from a heart attack. No one in Northampton had thought that Sebastian would leave the place as disheveled as he was. The one who benefited most from his departure was the Rogers family. That night when they went against Sebastian, everyone had thought that it was the end for the Rogers family. However, the loser turned out to be Sebastian. After defeating Sebastian, the Rogers family and Morris Group's shares soared. Now, both of them were the pillars of Northampton. On this day, Levi had just arrived in the company when Iris came to him. "Quick! Prepare yourself. You have a press conference in a moment. Tidy yourself up to look livelier later." Iris handed him a suit. However, Levi did not wear it. He did not see the need to. Soon, the reporters arrived. "Hey? Why is it you, Levi?" The Protector Chapter 410. The pretty reporter was stunned as she blurted out her question. Levi rubbed his eyes and took a good look at her. Now, he remembered. The pretty reporter in front of him was the young intern that joined Northampton Television Network 6 years ago. Back then, she had interviewed Morris and him. Levi remembered that this young reporter was no honest woman. Her attempts to seduce him had failed. She then tried to seduce Morris, but failed as well. In the end, Levi reported her to her superior. She was penalized, and her internship was cancelled. From then on, she was blacklisted from the television station. Yet, unexpectedly, she was still working in the station. It seemed like she was one of the older and experienced reporters in her company. Indeed. Back then, Margaret had been fired by the station after Levi's complaint. However, Margaret slept with one of the persons in charge in the station, and managed to return to her post. From then on, her career was smooth. Now, she was the golden child of the station and the most vital reporter there. Furthermore, she was pretty and elegant. She was well respected among her peers, and she was the ace of her company. As Morris Group's development had been going fantastically, the television station assigned their ace to interview them. Before coming, Margaret had been anxious. After all, Morris Group was the main support of Northampton. She was worried about interviewing a company as large as the Morris Group. At the same time, she wanted to become acquaintances with them. It would be best if she could be acquaintances with Neil or the mysterious boss behind Morris Group. Margaret had prepared stockings and some other items in her purse. She was ready to use her body to achieve her goal at any time. Yet, she did not expect the interviewee to be Levi. "Ms. Ward, this man is Levi Garrison. He's our company's representative for this interview," Iris' secretary introduced. Margaret frowned and asked curiously, "Would you please tell me who Mr. Garrison is?" "Oh, he's the technical advisor. I don't know why Ms. Annabelle assigned him as the representative for the interview. Honestly, I think he's the least qualified. If it Were up to me, I'd rather send a security guard or a janitor, Iris' secretary. Whispered her complaints into Margaret's ears. If Ms. Ward isn't happy about the situation, I can suggest to Ms. Annabelle to have someone more important to come for the interview, the secretary suggested. Margaret smiled. No need. I'm all right with him. Very well. Please begin, Ms. Ward. You can look for me if there are any problems. After the secretary left, Margaret looked at Levi from head to toe. Levi, you must not have thought of a day that we'll meet again like this, have you? I didn't think you'll still be in the Levi group, Margaret mocked. Levi chuckled, and I didn't think you'll still be working at Northampton television station. Weren't you fired? The cameraman at the side sneered, please be mindful of your words. Ms. Ward is the ace of our station. She's the best reporter we've got. Margaret gleefully smiled at Levi. How did you do that? Did you? A look of surprise emerged on Levi's face. You. Knowing what Levi was about to say, Margaret trembled in rage. I got to where I am with my own talents. I'm not like a certain someone, who I've heard was earning a living by pulling a little strings here and there. Apparently. He's much more useless than the guards and the janitors. That's true. After all, you were just released from prison. It's a miracle that you even have a job. Margaret ridiculed. The other staff on site could not help but say, Ms. Ward, isn't the Morris Group too much? They sent an ex-convict for us to interview. They're obviously looking down on us. The Protector Chapter 411. That's right. We won't conduct an interview like this. Let's go back. An evil thought popped in Margaret's mind, and she laughed. No, no. We have to continue the interview. The Morris Group is Northampton's top company. They're not looking down on us. Get ready, Levi. We're starting the interview now, Margaret announced. Sure. Although he despised this woman, he had to continue with the interview. Otherwise, he would not know how to explain to Iris. When the camera started rolling, Margaret presented herself in the perfect way. She always did. That was the professionalism she had honed throughout the years. After introducing the interview while facing the camera, she started interviewing. Levi. Mr. Levi Garrison, I heard that you were jailed on the charges of adultery. Is that true? Without any changes in expression, Levi nodded. Yes. Was your jail term 6 years? That's right. When were you released from jail? 3 months ago. I heard that you entered the Morris Group by pulling strings after your release. Who was the one who got you into the company? As Levi Group's ex-president, how do you feel working in the company that used to be yours? I heard that your private life is a mess, and you were interested in your sister-in-law. Is that true? The staff at the station was dumbfounded just after the interview started. The questions that Margaret was asking Levi were not the same as the ones in the script. Originally, the interview would be about Morris Group's future developments, but every question Margaret asked was in relation to Levi. Moreover, every question was ruthless and a personal attack on him. Margaret's sinister intentions were obvious to Levi. However, if he did not take the interview obediently, Iris would definitely complain about him again. Therefore, he answered every question Margaret asked. Half an hour later, the interview ended. Margaret immediately dropped the professional smile from her face. Levi, are you pleasantly surprised? After all, you'll be on television soon. Margaret asked with a smile. Then, she asked the others to leave the room. Levi, you never expected this, did you? Not only was I not fired, but I'm also Doing well at Northampton television station. Are you angry? Let me tell you. This Morris and you are insolent fools. I was kind to give you a chance back then. But you were ungrateful, and you even reported me to my superior. Did it do anything? Crushing you now is simple for someone of my status. It's easy to ruin your reputation. Margaret stared at Levi with gloating eyes. Levi chuckled, the road you're on is a short one. Karma is around the corner. He knew with a glance that Margaret must have climbed the ranks by sleeping with the superiors. Humph. Is that so? It's been years, and I'm still doing fine. Also, I'll be going to South City television station next. The gloating look was still in Margaret's eyes. Levi gave her a meaningful smile. Is that so? You won't be able to go there. Levi, I still remember you reporting me 6 years ago. Now, let me tell you this. I'll definitely take my revenge. Just you wait. At that, Margaret left the conference room. However, she did not leave the building. In the name of collecting materials for the interview, she started wandering around the Morris Group's office. She handed her contact number whenever she met male executives. In the end, she went to Iris. Ms. Annabelle, will I get the chance to meet the Morris Group's boss or Mr. Atkinson today? Margaret inquired. The Protector Chapter 412. Margaret's eyes were gleaming. She was involved with the upper-class society in Northampton, and she knew about every recent big event. For example, she knew everything about Sebastian Lopez's failure in Northampton. She also knew that the one who defeated Sebastian was Morris Group's boss. If she were able to win over the boss or Neil Atkinson, her bright future would be guaranteed. Margaret was a beautiful and elegant woman. She was the beauty of the station. Margaret was confident of her charms. She was sure that she would be able to win the mysterious boss and Neil's heart. When she met them, once they went up on her bed, she was confident none would be able to come back down. This was her survival skill. Otherwise, a young intern with no background like her would not be able to have tens of millions, 8 properties, and a villa in Northampton. These were not gifts that fell from the sky. Unfortunately, they're not in the office today, Iris replied with a polite smile. Even I haven't seen the boss yet. What gives you the courage to ask this? Ms. Annabelle, I'll apply for an exclusive interview with the Morris Group's boss and Mr. Atkinson when I get back to the station. This will be advantageous for the Morris Group. I'm sure I don't need to elaborate on why. A bright smile hung on Margaret's lips. Sure. I'll try my best to make arrangements for it, Iris answered. It was mostly because she wanted to meet the mysterious boss too. After that, Margaret left. On her way out, she winked at the numerous passing men. In the corridor, she even encountered Levi. She sneered, "You tried to destroy me back then. Now, just watch as I destroy you." Levi ignored her words. She was not even a threat to him. Even someone like Sebastian had to pay up 10 billion in the end. At that moment, Jessie called. "What's wrong, Nielsen?" Levi asked. "Sir, I'll be straightforward with you. We've discussed the recent matters and the changes in Northampton's market. We've decided on holding an investment promotion conference. The main purpose of it is to attract foreign individuals and companies to invest. It'll stabilize Northampton's market, and it'll also help with the development. What do you think about it?" Jessie queried. Levi brightened up. "Not bad, Nielsen. That sounds great. Everyone's been wanting a piece of Northampton recently. The earlier we deal with this, the better it'll be. It's a fantastic idea. You have my approval." Jessie hesitated before saying, "But I need to go to Vermont for a meeting soon. I'll be there for about a month. You'll have to take the full responsibility for the investment promotion conference this time. After all, you're the deputy of North Hampton." "That's fine. Leave it to me." "Great." Levi, too, felt that it was an outstanding plan. He welcomed everyone to the market as long as they were contributing to North Hampton. After establishing this rule, Northampton was running smoother than before. After getting Levi's approval, Northampton promulgated the policy, and the Investment Promotion Conference was swiftly declared to take place in 3 days. The host of the conference would be Deputy Garrison. The moment the Northampton television station received the news, they started reporting and promoting it. Soon, the head of the station came to look for Margaret. "Margaret, you'll be doing full-day interviews at the exhibition center these few days. We'll be depending on you for it." After hearing his words, Margaret's eyes lit up. An investment promotion conference as large-scale as this meant that she would be able to socialize with more prominent figures and expand her social network. Margaret was more than willing to do this. Also, the host for the conference is the new deputy of Northampton. You have to find a way to get an exclusive interview with him. If you do this, you're definitely getting the promotion next month. The Protector Chapter 413. The head of the station was confident in her skills. Margaret reassured, "Sir, I guarantee I'll do it well." "Yes. After all, you're our ace." Hee. The man's eyes started wandering across Margaret's body. "Thank you for giving me this chance," she giggled as she intentionally made herself slip and fall into his arms. Soon, an explicit scene took place in the office. After the interview, Iris came to Levi. "How was the interview?" "It should be fine." Levi nodded. Iris said to him solemnly, "Levi, you have to understand that I'm trying to give you a chance. This is a way for you to make yourself more important in the company. Otherwise, Zoe will leave you far behind." Iris' arrangement this time was a selfish decision. She wanted Levi to have more chances to become a more impressive person. "All right, thank you, Ms. Annabelle." Levi smiled wryly. "Sure. All we need to do now is to wait for the interview to be broadcasted." Iris was sure that Levi would become more reputable once the interview was out. That way, she would be able to arrange a better position in the company for him. On that day, Levi left work earlier to pick Aaron and his wife with Zoe. When the couple found out that Zoe was now the chairman of the Oriental Star Group, they were overjoyed. Zoe laughed, "Dad, Mom, Levi's doing not bad too. Iris has assigned him to an interview with Northampton television station. It'll be broadcasted tonight. When that happens, Levi will be well known in Northampton too." "That's great." Aaron sneered, "That old man shouldn't have been only nice to Fabian and Henry. Look at how well we're doing." Humph. Caitlin was also proud of them. After all, they had gone through much suffering in the Lopez family. The ones that the head of the Lopez family looked down on most were them. Now, they had finally made a name for themselves. In the evening, Levi and the other three sat in front of the television and waited for his interview to come on. Here it comes. Instantly, everyone's gazes were fixed on the television. The first to appear was Margaret. She gave a detailed explanation of the Morris Group. "This reporter's great. She's a well-known reporter in Northampton. I always see her on TV," Aaron praised. Caitlin nodded. "That's right. She's the best reporter in Northampton. She has even interviewed the director of the hospital." The reason behind Morris Group's success was the hard work of their brilliant employees. "I took a trip around the Morris Group," and I've realized that the talented ones are all here. Then, Margaret changed the topic. However, after a long while, I've finally found an employee who doesn't fit into the Morris Group. His presence in the Morris Group is a disgrace to them. In the beginning, Margaret had used several minutes to pour praises on the Morris Group. Now, she was pinpointing on a single employee. It was easy to understand what she was trying to tell the audience. The next section she was going to talk about was only directed to a specific person instead of the Morris Group. However, the audience in front of their television held their breaths in shock at the turn of events. Besides Levi, the rest of the family was looking at each other. A sense of unease shot through them. I shouldn't point out who that employee is, but the Morris Group is the hope of Northampton. I can't possibly allow a douchebag like him to taint Morris Group. It's quite an interesting matter, actually. This employee is Levi Garrison, the founder of Levi Group, which was the company before Morris Group. The Protector Chapter 414. Hiss. The moment Margaret said his name, the audience gasped. What? Levi? Aaron, Caitlin, and Zoe all turned to look at Levi. Didn't they say that if Levi takes the interview, he'll become a reputable figure? Why did he become a douchebag employee? What's going on? Levi was silently watching the interview. What a daring reporter! The interview continued. Margaret laughed. Maybe you think that he's someone talented to be able to join the Morris Group, but I've done my investigation. Levi has joined the company by pulling strings, and he hasn't been doing much every day. At work, he only drinks his tea, smokes his cigarette, and sleeps at his desk. He does nothing. His reputation in the company is terrible. More than 80% of his colleagues hate him, but because he's associates with the executives, they can't do anything about him. Only some old staff from Levi Group has a better impression of him. But as an outsider, I can't bear to watch it continue. A cancerous tumor like him will end up ruining the Morris Group. Morris Group is the hope of Northampton. Now, they're our hope. I can't allow a poisonous person like him to remain in the company. Furthermore, Levi has a poor character, and his private life is a mess. He was once interested in his sister-in-law, and even now, he's still in an ambiguous relationship with her. These aren't my guesses, these are the results of my investigation. I've also interviewed him, and he has admitted to what he's done. Soon, the interview with Levi was played. Margaret asked, I heard that your private life is a mess, and you were interested in your sister-in-law. Is that true? Levi answered, yes, that's true. Margaret continued, did you embezzle public funds when you were in Levi Group? Levi admitted, yes, it did happen. The questions Margaret asked Levi in the interview were all sensitive topics. However, Levi said yes to all her questions. The interview was a bolt from the blue. Zoe and the rest were stunned after watching the interview. They looked at him in shock and asked, Levi, are you stupid? Why did you answer everything she asked? Why did you admit to things you haven't done? That's right. Have you gone mad? How can you say such ridiculous things? Zoe had a look of disbelief on her face. On the other hand, Levi was calm. What a cunning woman! She's really trying to destroy me. There had been no problems with the questions she asked. However, the interview that was broadcasted had been edited. She had intentionally edited Levi's answers for the other questions. It made it look as if he had admitted to having a relationship with his sister-in-law. Generally, no one would believe in an interview like this. Anyone with a hint of analytical skills would realize that it was an edited video. However, this was broadcasted by a television station. That meant it was official. And there was a sense of authority about it. If it was released to the public, that meant the video was reviewed, and that the contents were true. Even those who had doubts would have to believe in it. This was what Margaret could do. This edited video made Levi seem like the cancerous tumor of the Morris Group. It was that simple to ruin a person in nowadays society. From now on, there was no place for Levi in the Morris Group. No major companies in Northampton would dare to take in Levi either. In fact, some restaurants and public spaces would refuse Levi's patronage. If it were someone else, if it had been someone average, this would be the end of them. The Protector Chapter 415. However, the one Margaret was trying to set up was Levi Garrison. On screen, Margaret raised her right hand high. So, I'm raising a petition. I hope the Morris Group will fire Levi Garrison. Also, I hope that everyone can stand with me and boycott this toxic man. Restrict his right to purchase, and restrict his traveling. Many responded positively to Margaret's petition. Major media companies started boycotting Levi. Furthermore, executives in the Morris Group agreed to the petition and announced that they were going to fire Levi. Many restaurants and public spaces also announced their stance to boycott him. Soon, Levi had become the sinner of Northampton. Once again, he became a street rat that disgusted everyone. It was the same situation as 6 years ago, except that he had not gone to jail this time. It was the times of advanced communication, and news spread swiftly. Levi's troubles were piling up. Right then, Iris, who was living next door, came to knock on his door. "Levi, what's gotten into you? How can you just say anything you want to? Are you out of your mind?" Iris roared. However, Levi lit up his cigarette and muttered, "Iris, do you think I'm that stupid?" Iris' furious expression turned into shock. Did she edit the interview to target you? Yes. Didn't you notice that the interview had nothing to do with the Morris Group? She's clearly coming after me, Levi answered. It was only then realization struck everyone. But are you at odds with her? Zoe queried. Back when she was an intern, she tried to seduce Morris and I when she was interviewing us. I reported her behavior to her superior, so she has hated me since then. Now that she has the chance to take revenge on me, she wouldn't let it slip past her, Levi explained. Iris furrowed her brows. But the interview has already been broadcasted. We have no evidence of her tampering it. She's a representative of the TV station, she's the authority. I don't know how we're getting you out of this. Moreover, there are lots of people agreeing with her petition. Even the executives in the company are calling me and asking me to fire you. If this matter gets out of hand, it won't be good for the Morris Group. When Zoe and the rest heard Iris' words, they panicked. Iris, think of something. You can't let her ruin Levi like this. Iris was at a loss as well. I want to help him too, but I can't think of anything right now. Everyone's talking about this interview at this moment. If I insist on keeping Levi, the Morris Group would be forced into a corner. Let me go back and think of a way. I need to come up with the perfect plan. Levi chuckled, you can leave this to me. I'll deal with it myself. You. The four people stared at Levi with a frown. It was not that they did not believe in Levi's capability, but this matter was gradually getting out of hand. He would not be able to get the situation under control alone. Not unless he was the most powerful figure in Northampton. Not unless he could change Northampton television station's stance with just a sentence. The only way out for him now was for the television station's director to clear up the situation by telling the truth in public. Otherwise, he was doomed. After all, this woman's plan was flawless. They ignored Levi and started coming up with plans by themselves. I'll ask Mr. Atkinson about this. Let me see what he thinks about it. Later in the evening, the situation worsened. Many were asking Levi to get out of Northampton. They did not want a toxic person like him to remain in Northampton. The Protector Chapter 416. Levi ignored it and went on with whatever he did, much to Zoe's disappointment. If it were in the past, he would have come up with a way to settle the matter on the spot instead of dragging it out. However, he lost that part of him now, and he was smoking even at a time like this. Margaret called him before he slept just to mock him. How do you feel now, Mr. Garrison? She chuckled. Levi smiled. Is that all that you've got? It doesn't hurt that much. No, scratch it. I don't feel a thing. Yet, keep acting and maybe you can start a career that way. Don't you know the situation you're in right now? She sneered, just you wait. Tomorrow is going to be even worse for you. But if you want to settle this, just grovel before me, and I might just let you go. If you don't, then you can kiss Northampton goodbye. Margaret cackled. Oh! Destroying someone's life is so much fun. Especially when the guy is someone I hate. Dragging him down to hell. Levi smiled. We'll see who has the last laugh. Margaret veered away from the topic. It's a shame Morris has died, otherwise I would have done the same thing to him too. Levi's eyes revealed a hint of viciousness. How dare she disrespects the dead? Levi went to Morris Group as usual the next day, but everyone looked at him weirdly the moment he came in. Seth came up to him and whispered, Are you sabotaged, Levi? I can handle this. Levi gave a nod as he chuckled. Not everyone saw things as clearly as Seth did though, and most of them thought everything Margaret said on the interview was real. All the top management now looked at Levi in disgust. They could ignore most of the little transgressions he did in the past, but things have been different since that interview. How dare you come here, Levi? Scram! Don't make this hard for everyone. Yet, Morris Group might be a new company, but we will never allow a disgusting man like you here. Iris was troubled, for all the top management requested for her to fire Levi. Left. With no choice, she called for a meeting to vote on Levi's fate. There was no question about the result as most people wanted him to leave. It was hard on her, but still, she came to tell Levi that he was sacked. I have no choice, Levi. I'll think of some ways to salvage this though. Iris felt guilty. It's fine. He left the company in the end. Levi was going to work on getting new funds, so he couldn't work at the company anyway. Well, just as I planned. When the news of his sacking was announced, the whole company cheered in joy, but Elena and Isaiah smiled bitterly. Have fun while you still can. Once he comes back, you're the ones who are getting sacked. Levi went to Northampton's exhibition center to monitor the decorations, and the person in charge was shocked to find that he was here. Mr. Garrison. So far, we've received 74 registrations, and all of them are big companies. The registrations are still piling on, and here's the list so far. Please have a look. The Protector Chapter 417. Levi skimmed through it and noticed the name of many big companies on it. Mr. Garrison, Northampton's news channel and media outlets are planning on filming the venue for publicity. Is that fine by you? The person in charge asked. Of course. Do it as much as possible. It will do good for us. Oh right. Who's the reporter for this session? Levi asked. Let me check. Oh, it's someone called Margaret, he replied. Levi smirked. Well, what are the odds? At the same time, Margaret and the other reporters were waiting outside the hall. She had just gotten the news about Levi's sacking, and it delighted her. Yeah, so this is how it feels. She sneered. This is just the beginning, Levi. It's going to get harder for you. You might even starve to death because you'd be out of cash to buy even a grain of rice. Margaret suddenly laughed. What happened to her? Some reporters asked. Nothing. I just destroyed my old enemy and got him fired. Margaret grinned. That's good news, everyone buttered her up. Thanks. I'll treat you guys to a meal after this. Margaret was elated. Okay, you guys may head in now. Some things must be kept secret, so don't go doing anything you shouldn't. You know the rules, the staff told them. Of course. Everyone picked up their gear and entered the hall, while Margaret went up to the staff and asked, Mister, who is this boss you've been talking about? Keep this a secret. The boss came here today to monitor on the progress of the event. He's such a responsible guy. Everyone calls him Mr. Garrison and he is the second in command of this event. I saw him just now, and he doesn't look a day older than 28, the staff replied. Margaret's eyes shone. That's the job the channel asked me to do. The mysterious Mr. Garrison is here today? Great. I must interview him. Apart from getting an interview, Margaret hoped sparks would fly between them. Since he was young and successful. Little did she know that the spark she had anticipated turned out to be the exact opposite of her imagination. Everyone got on to their work after entering the hall. Margaret was a true professional, and she beat everyone else by finishing her job first. Even so, she kept strolling around in the hall. She had been looking around ever since she came in to catch a glimpse of Mr. Garrison, but none of the guys she saw fitted the bill. He might be in the backstage. After a while, she went to the backstage, but there were many rooms there, so she searched them one by one. After searching a few dozen rooms, she finally came into one that was crowded, with a young man in the center. Judging by the vibe he was giving off, she was sure this was Mr. Garrison. He looks familiar though. Where have I seen him before? Trepidation and excitement swirled within her. Now that I found him, I'm not going to let this chance go to waste. Time for an interview. The Protector Chapter 418. What are you doing tiptoeing around? When she was about to move forward, someone boomed from behind, shocking her. She turned around and saw a few guards boring their eyes into her. Don't take this the wrong way. I'm Margaret, a reporter. Here's my ID. She quickly handed her ID over for confirmation. I want to interview the leader in there for a bit, she told them what she had in mind. No. He doesn't accept any interviews. Everything they talk about is top secret. So please leave. She was chased out of the backstage abruptly. It wasn't easy for her to meet Mr. Garrison, so she wouldn't give up now. We should leave now, Margaret. Everyone else has already left, her partner urged. You guys go ahead. I'll wait for him at the passage. Margaret came to the hall's secret passage. Few people knew about this, for this was exclusively for leaders. Even so, Margaret easily found it and waited here. She believed Mr. Garrison would leave via this passage, so she would take the chance to interview him then. Margaret staked out at this place, but she almost fell asleep after waiting for God knew how long. Unbeknownst to her, Levi would be staying here for a couple of days because he would be making the plans here. Meantime, Levi was already taking a nap on the sofa. Margaret thought he would come out in the end, so she waited until dusk, but still he didn't appear. I can't give up. This chance is too important for me, she cheered herself up. When it was time to get off work, Levi checked around and left from the front gate, since he didn't know where the secret passage was. It wasn't until almost 9 in the evening did someone come out from the secret passage, and Margaret's legs were already numb. She quickly went up and asked, "Is Mr. Garrison coming out soon?" "Hey? He left a long while ago," the staff replied. Margaret almost exploded. "What? He left? When? I've been waiting right here. All the time. You waited here? No wonder you missed him. He left through the front gate. It's been almost 2 hours." Margaret almost went mad. "What? I've been waiting at the wrong spot all this while? It's all right, I have no regrets. I'd come back again tomorrow." Margaret's whole body was sore after going back, and she felt angry. "Oh yeah, I can vent this on Levi." She fished out her phone and punched in the latter's number soon after. His case was still spreading like wildfire, so everyone was still talking about it. At the same time, someone anonymously exposed Levi's wife, his parents-in-law, their working places, and their house address. Suddenly, Zoe and her family were dragged into this. She was the boss of Oriental Star Group, so many people started boycotting the company, resulting in a significant loss overnight. The medical staff called and asked Caitlin to refrain from coming to work for a few days, or else it would look bad on the hospital. Aaron's department also suspended him for the time being, putting his salary on hold. Everyone didn't want this matter to affect them, and nobody could see the matter snowballing to this degree. Didn't Levi say he can handle this? Then why is this matter getting more serious? The Protector Chapter 419. Aaron was fuming, and Caitlin was vexed. Initially, the company had released the documents officiating her promotion to department head, but now it was delayed. If the matter was not resolved, someone else might take her place. To make matters worse, she couldn't even return to work now. Zoe called Iris over to ask for her opinion. "Let me talk to Margaret. This can only die down if she clears things up herself." Iris called Margaret. "Hey, Miss Iris. Is there anything I can do for you?" Iris replied, "Margaret, I hope you can stop what you're doing right now. Don't make it worse for Levi. He's already having it hard." Margaret sneered, "Hard? The people he destroyed had it harder. Has he ever thought of that? No. Besides, why are you interfering in this matter? Isn't it great that I helped you get rid of a canker?" Iris was slightly annoyed. "You did help the Morris Group, so technically speaking, I should thank you. But on a personal level, Levi is my best friend's husband. So, I want to talk to you about this." "What are your terms?" Margaret said, "I can stop this if you want to, and my terms are simple. Arrange an interview for me tomorrow, and I want the interviewees to be Neil and the boss behind Morris Group. If you can do it, I'll take everything back and lay off Levi's back." "Very well then. I'll try." Iris hung up and called Neil. "I have something to trouble you." Kieran listened to what she had to say before replying, "Let her come to the company tomorrow, then we'll see." That must mean Neil agreed to the interview. At least that was what Iris thought. And she conveyed the message to Margaret. Margaret guaranteed that she would take back all the accusations she made against Levi after the interviews were done. Thank you, Iris. Levi should be here bowing to you. You saved him. Aaron told her, and he was struck by the impulse to have Levi kowtow to her. Iris came to the company early next morning, but Neil was already there. Oh, Mr. Neil, you're here. Is the boss here yet? Iris looked around and blushed, for she was about to meet the man of her dreams. She never did any makeup in the past, and even if she did, it was a light touch-up. At best. However, she took 2 hours to do her makeup today. Take it slow. The boss knows everything, and you'll know who he is soon enough. Kieran smiled. When the clock struck 9, in came Margaret with a group of people. She dolled herself up for the occasion, and her goal was simple: get the scoop on Neil and the mysterious boss no matter what. Let me do the introduction. Miss Ward, this is Mr. Neil, Iris introduced. Margaret took one look, and she was dumbfounded. He's so young, and so handsome. Probably the most handsome out of all the guys I've seen. Hello, Mr. Neil. I'm Margaret from the TV channel. It's an honor to interview you today. Margaret came up and extended her hand while winking at him. Scram! A trash like you have no right to interview me. Kieran bellowed, much to everyone's shock. The Protector Chapter 420. Even Iris was shocked by the roar, while the smiles were wiped off of Margaret and her partners' faces. They looked at Kieran, dumbfounded. Guards! Throw these people out! Do they hire trash to be reporters now? What a disgrace! Kieran looked displeased, and Seth came in with the security guards, ready to chase Margaret and her team out. What? I thought Mr. Neil agreed to the interview today. What happened? Margaret looked at Iris. Neil laughed. Let me explain. I don't mind interviews, but not if you're the reporter. Iris looked down, her face ashen. She didn't know why Neil disliked Margaret, since this was just their first time meeting. If he refused Margaret's interview, Levi's matter wouldn't die down. It took everything Iris had to get Margaret's agreement, but the former couldn't do anything now, so it was hard for Iris. Since she was in Morris Group, Margaret didn't fly into a rage. It's fine if you detest me, Mr. Neil, but you don't call the shots here. Maybe the boss will agree to my interview, she answered with a lovely smile. Kieran said nothing and called Levi to tell him about what happened. Tell her to *CK off. I don't take interviews from trash. Iris and Margaret were equally shocked to hear the roar, and Margaret left without saying a word. However, before she left, she sneered at Iris, looks like I won't be letting Levi off the hook then. This was troublesome news for Iris. Mr. Neil, why do the both of you, Iris wanted to know the reason. This is the boss idea. That stopped Iris from asking further. After going back, Margaret took it out on Levi by exposing his and Iris' address. All of a sudden, the crowd graffitied the walls with insults and smeared it with rotten food. Aaron and his wife stayed indoors, for there were many strangers here who were keeping an eye on them. They couldn't go out, even their delivery would be snatched away. For the time being, Aaron and the others were stressed out by the situation. If this kept up, they would be driven mad. At this crucial time, no one knew where Levi had gone to. Levi, of course, was in the exhibition hall. Mr. Garrison, we added 300 more companies to the roster in one day. And 7 of them are giants in South City. The person in charge was excited. For this would benefit Northampton greatly. Levi flipped through the list, and he saw the Suarez family as well as the other big names from South City. If you're here to mess Northampton up, I will make you pay dearly. His eyes gleamed coldly. A staff member approached him and asked, Mr. Garrison, a reporter from North Hampton Television Network plans to interview you. Do you want to go ahead with it? She's Margaret, isn't she? Levi didn't even look up. Hey? How do you know? Will you accept it? The staff asked carefully. Another staff member came and asked softly, Mr. Garrison, Northampton Cultural Channel wants to have an interview too. And the reporters from the economic section wants one too. The Protector Chapter 421. The news outlet came for interviews after knowing Mr. Garrison was the host of the event. It didn't take long for Levi to make up his mind on which interviewer he chose. Well, we're short on time, so I can only take one interview. Let's go. With Margaret from Northampton Television Network. What? Mr. Garrison only accepts my interview. Margaret was delighted after knowing that. I'm so lucky. There are a lot of reporters here, and I am the lucky one who gets chosen? All right. Please tell Mr. Garrison that I won't let him down, she guaranteed. The event would start soon and representatives from corporations elsewhere arrived earlier to survey the market. Powerful corporation like the Morris Group and the Rogers family had a lot of people asking for collaboration, and many were looking for potential ones like Oriental Star Group that was helmed by Zoe. More than 30 corporations talked about collaboration with her, and after some careful review, Zoe chose 4 from South City to work with. There were 4 representatives to talk with, so they agreed to talk about this over dinner one night. Zoe was cautious of her dinner meetings now. She would bring some males from top management with her. This time, she brought Levi together just in case. The 4 representatives from South City sat in Wyvern Hotel's room, and the oldest one, who went by the name of Draco, was on his phone. Don't worry, Mr. Shorts. I'll make Zoe pay tonight. Just wait and see how I torture her, he snickered. The 4 corporations were backed by the Suarez family, and they were going to set Zoe up tonight. Before Zoe came, they and their lackeys took some sobering pills. After that, Zoe came in with her entourage. Oh, what's the meaning of this, Ms. Lopez? Are you worried we might do something to you? Draco looked displeased. One of the top management quickly explained, Mr. Johannes, Ms. Lopez almost got into trouble back then, so she must bring us along whenever she goes for negotiations. We can hold it if you're okay with us here, but if it's impossible, then we can stop it here. Draco and his group looked at one another, and they knew it would be hard to get them away. Oh, of course we can. We're here to negotiate, so this won't be any trouble. He grinned. A moment later, everyone sat down and had small talk before cutting to the chase. Collaboration wasn't a problem, but the agreement on profit sharing was. Zoe wanted to have 10% more, but they didn't want to budge on this. Draco raised his glass. You should know that us Southerners can be fierce. We have our own rules here. Of course. I've experienced it myself, one of the top management replied. Great, so the rules here are simple. We'll have a drinking competition. If we lose, then the 10% is yours, but if you lose, then that's it, Draco suggested. Sure, no problem, Levi agreed. Zoe glared at him, for she knew Draco and his gang must have the confidence in winning the bet, or else they wouldn't propose this. Levi is too rash, Great. Including the driver and our assistants, there's a dozen of us here, so pick any number you want from your side, Draco said. They had taken sobering pills beforehand, and they were heavy drinkers, so they were confident this would be a landslide win. Levi smiled. Very well then. Ms. Lopez and I will take the challenge on our own. The hell? That shocked Zoe. Is he mad? 2 against 12? The Protector Chapter 422. If she knew that they had popped the pills before the dinner, Zoe would have been horrified at Levi's announcement. Levi must be mad. Zoe's subordinates were flabbergasted. Hey, they said we can call anyone we want. At least call 24 here before going ahead with it. 2 against 12? Is he stupid? Very well then. If that is what you say, then we'll start right now. Draco mocked. Levi silently and made the decision for them, worrying that Zoe would go back on her word. No. Zoe was about to say something, but Draco smiled. Ms. Lopez, you can't go back on your word, can you? That would be an insult to us. If that's the case then there's no point in continuing the negotiation. No. Let's do it. Zoe had no choice but to accept it. Draco and his gang smirked, for they thought this was victory for them. They grinned at the thought of them ravaging Zoe. Is this guy on our side? Man, this is a big help. What a dumba. Levi grinned at them. You'll have to get past me to drink with Ms. Lopez. Challenge accepted. Draco and his gang were raring to go, for they thought Levi couldn't win against all of them, especially not after they had taken the sobering pills. Oh, right. We only allow those who participates in the drinking game to stay during the competition. It's a Southerner rule. Draco looked at the top management. He had to chase these guys away, otherwise they couldn't do anything to Zoe. Why you? The staff glared at Levi, blaming him for ruining this negotiation. They were fairly confident about taking the 10% profit, but now Levi botched it. The competition went underway after they had left. Hey bro, if we go by the rules, you have to take a shot for every shot we take. Draco grinned. Yeah, sure. I'll take 12 shots for every shot you guys take. Let's begin. I like you. Draco thought Levi was an idiot now. A moment later, 12 glasses of wine sat before Levi, and Zoe was concerned. How long can he last? A round? Draco and his gang finished their wine in no time. Your turn, buddy. He smirked. They thought Levi would lose out after taking all 12 shots, but what happened next shocked everyone. Levi, always the showy guy, took 2 shots at once, and he finished all 12 in less than a minute. He's fine. Draco and his gang were taken aback. He's a good drinker too. Well, that explains his impulsive behavior, but he can't win against all of us, not when we took the sobering pills. Get on with it. The second round started, and Levi downed 12 shots like it was soda, shocking everyone. On with it. The third round came, then the fourth, the fifth, and finally, the 10th round came. 120 shots later, anyone would fall, but not Levi. Him still standing not only shocked Draco, but Zoe as well. They thought Levi was acting tough, but now they knew he wasn't. Even though Draco and the gang had taken sobering pills, 10 shots still made their stomach churn. Well, go on. Are you guys scared? Levi provoked them, and the competition resumed. Draco and his gang refused to believe they would fail, so they wanted to see how much longer Levi could go on. Another 10 rounds came, but Levi was still fine. On the other hand, the alcohol started kicking in for Draco and his gang, torturing them. The Protector Chapter 423. The competition ensued, and cartons after cartons of wine were served. At this point, Draco and his gang started worrying about the bill. How much can one guy drink? Is he Dionysus or something? Mr. Johannes, let's put in another rule, no toilet breaks. Levi suggested. Draco couldn't hold it in any more, but he could only agree at this point. Another bout started, and the more Levi drank, the clearer his head became. Wine usually makes people drunk, but Levi was an anomaly. Apparently, Levi was the only anomaly here. Draco and his gang felt like their stomachs were going to explode, as well as their bladder. The competition had dragged on for too long, so the sobering pill's effects had expired. Now they felt the alcohol kicking in, and the group couldn't hold on any longer. They couldn't understand how Levi managed to take so many shots. He must have drunk more than 1,000 shots now, but surprisingly, he looked fine. This guy must be Dionysus himself. Carry on! Levi shouted. Gee, give me a minute. I can't hold my pee in any longer. Draco sat on the chair, not even moving an inch, but before he could react, Levi force-fed him one shot of wine. Shhhhhh. They could hear the sound of water flowing, then hot air came up from below, while a rancid smell spread. Zoe quickly covered her nose and stayed far, far away. Draco peed in his pants. This was the most embarrassing thing Draco had done in his life. March. Levi took 12 more shots, forcing them to continue. No. We can't. Just do it. Levi pressed another guy down and forced another shot down his throat. That made him puke, and he fell down on his barf. Your turn. He forced another guy to drink, and that made him roll on the floor in pain, for his stomach bled. The other guys couldn't hold it anymore, so they peed in their pants. It made the whole room rancid, then they heard something explode. Everyone looked in the sound's direction, and what greeted them was their comrade in agony, for his bladder exploded. Zoe screamed in terror. Terrible fates befell all 12 of them. Shame, embarrassment, and grievous injuries swam among them, and these people took sobering pills beforehand. If they didn't, they would have been in worse condition. Carry on, Mr. Johannes. I'm just getting started. Levi came up to Draco with a few bottles of wine. Is he even human? That's not how a human works. He's fine even after drinking that boatload of wine. I can't keep this up anymore. Draco shook his head. Oh, no can do. The fight's just getting started. Levi grinned. I'll sign it. I'll sign it, okay, pleaded Draco. You should have done that in the beginning. Levi smiled. Worrying that Levi might force him to drink more wine, Draco quickly signed the contract and let Oriental take 10% more in profit. Let's go, honey. We got the contract. Levi grinned toothily, while Zoe looked at him, stunned. For some reason, Levi was shining. Wow, he's awesome. He got the contract through drinking? Who would have thought? 10% of profit is huge. A few $100 million at that. After they came out, Zoe looked at Levi. Are you fine, honey? Levi said. Nothing, but then he fell against her groggily. The Protector Chapter 424. What's wrong, darling? Are you all right? Zoe held him tightly, feeling frightened. It took her a moment, but now she realized Levi took a few thousand shots, and it could kill him. She started sweating in fear, but then she felt electrified. Realizing Levi was feeling her up, Zoe blushed and let him go. "Did you just scare me for nothing?" She looked away. "Hey, I just got us the contract, and now I don't even get a thank you." Levi asked. Zoe glared at him. "Stop messing around. How do you feel? Do you need to go to the hospital? You drank a lot." Levi smiled. "Do I look hurt to you?" "No. There's that then." But what?" She looked at him curiously. "But well, you know, drinking always leads to something else. Here, give me some sugar." He tried to kiss her, but she ran away. "You pervert." That night, as they lay in bed, Levi quickly hugged her. Zoe was shocked, but she also looked forward to what would happen next. She might be Levi's wife, but Zoe was still a virgin. She wanted to consummate the marriage, but now that they were about to do it, Zoe was nervous. If he's going for it, should I accept him? Or should I say no? Zoe only wanted Levi as her husband. When he took all the drinking for her earlier, Zoe saw him as her knight in shining armor. If he wanted it tonight, Zoe would give it to him, but she was still in a dilemma when a snoring sound snapped her out of it. He's asleep. For some reason, she felt disappointed, so she turned around and glared at him. "Is sleeping all you know? Go away." Zoe shoved him away. "Why did you push me, honey?" Levi asked. "Just turn around," Zoe said angrily. "Why are you mad?" A perplexed Levi asked, and he thought women were weird. They get angry for no reason every time. At least now we know that behind every angry woman lay a man who didn't know what he did wrong. Levi was an example of that. When morning came, Oriental was hit with the shocking news of Zoe snagging a contract that gave them an extra 10% of profit, much to the top management's disbelief. At the same time, Draco and his gang were in the hospital. "Trash, all of you. You can't even handle one woman, and all of you got hospitalized. Trash, trash, trash." Tristan was livid. Draco and the others shivered in fear. They thought they would win, but Levi was an unexpected variable. They thought nobody could drink that much, but Levi proved them wrong. "Is that guy a god? Resign, you trash. I'm already in Northampton, so I'll take care of this matter myself," Tristan said coldly. "Young Master Tristan, please." Before they could even explain, Tristan had hung up. Never did he imagine that all it took for him to lose hundreds of millions, and his future was a drinking session. Northampton was in high spirits today, for scores of merchants came today. Everyone was shocked, for the number of participating companies in this event was twice their projected estimate. They weren't complaining though, for this was great for Northampton. The Protector Chapter 425. In Northampton Television Network's office, Margaret and her colleagues were going through the scripts for the next day's interview. This was a great chance for her, so she wouldn't let it go. She wasn't Elsa. "You're awesome, Margaret. There are 38 outlets that want to interview Mr. Garrison, but he only gives that chance to us." "Yeah, and he specifically asked for Margaret. He obviously thinks highly of her. He must have only chosen us because of Margaret. Treat us to something good. After this, Margaret." Margaret felt smug listening to all the praises, but she pretended to be calm. She was a famous person in the channel as well as the industry. Now, with the Mysterious Mr. Garrison giving her the chance to interview him, it would consolidate her place in this world. Now, everyone in the channel listened to her, including her boss. "Tell us whatever you need, Margaret. We'll do anything for you," her boss kept telling her that. "Margaret, I heard Mr. Garrison is single. If you guys can be a couple, it'd be sweet. Yet he's a leader, while you're the best employee of the channel. It's a good match." Margaret was riled up by this, for she was planning to do that. Intelligence was her forte, and with experience on her side, she knew Mr. Garrison had a bright future, for Jesse handed such a big event to him. He might be a deputy now, but this was only the beginning, so Mr. Garrison would climb to mayhap the top spot. If she could snag him, Margaret would be set for life, and the idea made her chuckle. This must be divine providence. There are more than 36 outlets, but he chose me. This chance has always been mine to begin with. Margaret looked confident. "Margaret, Levi is in a bad situation. I heard their place got splashed with paint and sewage. His parents-in-law can't work, and his wife's company is affected," Margaret's lackey reported. Margaret bellowed happily, for she thought Lady Luck was on her side. First, she could interview Mr. Garrison, secondly, she would be promoted after finishing her job, and finally, she managed to back Levi into a corner. "I have already told you never to cross a woman, Levi. But you just wouldn't listen. So, this is what happens." Margaret's eyes gleamed coldly. "Of course he's dead if he offends you, Margaret. You're so much more powerful than he is." Her colleagues laughed. Then, someone came for Margaret. When she walked out, a Rolls-Royce was waiting for her, much to her surprise. After getting into the car, she saw a man in his 30s, looking dignified and elegant. "Hello, Ms. Ward. I'm Zachary, from South City's Suarez family." Zachary puffed his cigar. Margaret was shaken to her core as she looked at him and stuttered, "The Suarez family? You're young Master Zachary. I know you. I've interviewed your family. It's good that you do." Zachary nodded. The Protector Chapter 426. "Is there anything I can help you with, Mr. Shorts?" Margaret asked with a flirtatious wink. "Are you after Levi and Zoe recently?" Zachary asked. Yes, yes, yes. That's right. Are you related to Levi?" Margaret looked at Zachary cautiously. Zachary shook his head, "No, he is my enemy. My brother had all his limbs amputated by him. If it weren't for fear of the Morris group that was behind his back, I would have killed him ages ago. You are doing a good job for now. To think that you can subdue Levi's family to this point. I'm able to kill him right away as soon as he is forced to leave North Hampton. There's nothing Morris Group can do about it." Margaret was smart and immediately replied, "Mr. Shorts, should I step up the game a little?" "Yet, you're perceptive and a fast learner." Zachary beckoned to his assistant. And he brought a suitcase. After opening it, a big load of cash could be seen contained in it. "Here's an advanced 5 million. I'll pay you another 5 million after the job is completed," Zachary said. Margaret's eyeballs were about to pop out from their sockets when she saw the money. 5 million. Who could have expected that I could be paid for settling my personal feud? 10 million in total? Is this my lucky day? This is quadruple happiness. Wait for my good news, Mr. Shorts. Let me add fuel to the fire. I can assure you that Levi will leave tomorrow. After Margaret put away the money, her smiling eyes turned into crescent shape. Very well. You'll be rewarded in the future when the Suarez family begins its development in Northampton, Zachary said. Margaret replied with a lovely smile, I'm honored to devote myself to the Suarez family. Everything I have belongs to the Suarez family. Margaret was feeling ecstatic. Now that I'm acquainted with the Suarez family's young master and had turned to them as my backing, isn't it safe to say that my future is pretty bright? At this time, Levi and Zoe were standing in front of Bayview Garden. Levi looked calm, but Zoe was infuriated. These people are such a bully. It's too much. Zoe sobbed in a soft voice. The house's door was splashed with different colors of paints, and it gave off a pungent smell. The wall next to it was splashed with manure, emitting a horrible stench. Levi had no doubt that these people might pour dung water into the room next time. Dad, Mom, are you facing this situation as well? Zoe became infuriated after receiving the call. Despite Levi's calm appearance, he was actually extremely furious. He paid no attention to a small-time reporter like Margaret because he figured she couldn't do anything to him. But he found out that he was wrong. It was now evident that this person could affect him in his daily life. Levi, why don't we move out of here? I don't think this is gonna work. I got a strong hunch that things are gonna become worse. Zoe was afraid because things were seriously affecting her life. Caitlin and Aaron could only hide in their room every day. They didn't dare to step out of the house. There were only 2 days' worth of food supply left in the house. She began to worry about the safety of her parents' lives. We should pick up Dad and Mom secretly at night. If something were to happen, we'd be in trouble, Zoe cautioned. We'll not move out. Levi took out his phone and made a call to Margaret. Hey, Levi? Ha ha ha. Was it too unbearable that you've decided to call me? Margaret laughed arrogantly on the other end of the phone. Are these your handiwork? Levi asked. You bet. There's nothing you can do about it. Hit me if you dare. Margaret sneered. Levi warned with a deep voice, I'll give you one more chance to explain your previous interview. The Protector Chapter 427. Levi, don't you understand the current situation? You're at my mercy now. Why? Does it sound like the opposite? Are you stupid? Ha ha ha. Okay. I've given you a chance, but it seems like you don't appreciate it, Levi replied coldly. Margaret became angry and said in a cold tone, then let me tell you something as well. Even if you lick my shoes and drink my foot-washing water, I won't give you another chance. Just you wait. After hanging up the call, a murderous intent flashed across Levi's eyes. Honey, give me one more day. I'll be sure to settle it, Levi declared. Hey? How are you gonna solve it? Zoe found his words hard to believe. Anyway, just wait until tomorrow afternoon. It should be done by then. In the evening, there was another breaking news from the TV station. 6 years ago, Levi Group expanded its business by way of replacing human labor with machines. This has disrupted the market and caused many to go unemployed. It was believed that at least 30,000 people were unemployed because of Levi Group. The main culprit was Levi Garrison. Zoe and the rest were going crazy after the news came out. The situation is worsening. First and foremost, this news was taken out of context. It was just a normal industrial development. How can they blame it on Levi? Besides, the amount of revenue generated by Levi Group's advanced technology was incomparable to those of the outdated technology. But after such news was reported, those who were unemployed thought that Levi was the cause of their misery. Levi had become the sinner of Northampton. Many people formed an alliance to protest against Levi and drive him out of Northampton. Some even began to foresee that Levi's life would be in danger. Due to the investment promotion fair, there had been a higher degree of attention to hot news lately. As a result, Levi and the others were under more pressure. "Darling, why don't we leave Northampton for a while? We can't continue living like this." Zoe was afraid. Levi remained level-headed and said with a calm face, "Don't worry, honey. Everything is gonna be all right. It will be settled by tomorrow afternoon." At this moment, Zachary and Margaret were relaxing on a big bed in a 5-star hotel, and they were paying attention to the news. "Ha ha ha. Good job, babe. Levi will have no choice but to leave Northampton tomorrow." Zachary was satisfied. Yet, the authorities can't even intervene when it was the laid-off workers who forced Levi to leave. Margaret smirked while lying in Zachary's arms. Zachary made a call and ordered, "Pay attention to Levi's whereabouts. Cut off his limbs immediately as soon as he leaves Northampton. Ha ha ha. Take me there with you when the time comes, Mr. Shorts. I want to see his miserable looks with my own eyes." Margaret laughed and sneaked under the covers. There she goes again. Zachary was reeling from fear as the thought crossed his mind. He dared not think of what would become of him if he were to defy her. "This woman is something else. I'm no match for her at all." The following day, Northampton's exhibition centre was bustling. Thousands of companies were gathered in the largest investment promotion fair known in Northampton. Margaret and her colleagues had arrived in the exhibition centre early in the morning. "Margaret, you have a major role to play in handling the content of the forum and interview Mr. Garrison today." The head of the station showed his concern to her. "Haha. Rest assured. I'll get it done nicely." Margaret began to put on makeup and prepared herself to be in her best form, while everyone looked at her enviously. After all, she was the only person who had the chance to interview Mr. Garrison. The Protector Chapter 428. "Margaret, I'm so jealous of you. It's great that you have the privilege to interview Mr. Garrison. I know, right? What incredible luck. But to be honest, Margaret is the best in Northampton. Ain't it the truth? Isn't Margaret the best in professionalism, beauty, and temperament?" Margaret was basking in the compliments from her colleagues. "What an exciting day. I'll get to interview Mr. Garrison soon and receive another 5 million. Will the time go faster, please?" Representatives of major companies arrived one after another to the exhibition hall. The prominent families and leading corporations in South City had also shown up, one after another. Zachary and his group of people were one of them. In fact, the Lopez family of South City had sent their representative. But he was here to exchange views on behalf of Harry. Soon, the investment promotion fair started after the officials of Northampton made a speech. The exhibition centre was divided into many areas, covering every sector of businesses. Among them, Rogers Group and Morris Group had the most merchants in front of their booths. Everyone knew that these two companies had great prospects and were eager to cooperate with them. However, those leading corporations had their sights set on other things. They wanted to grab as many deals as possible and dominate a larger share in the Northampton market. However, every deal signed on this occasion was legal and beneficial to Northampton's development. Levi watched every movement in the exhibition hall from backstage. The person behind him was Aurora Newt, a personal secretary arranged by Jesse Nielsen. "Mr. Garrison, it's true that the policy enforced by the officials in the investment Promotion fair was in Northampton's best interest. Otherwise, those corporations and influential families will flock into Northampton lawlessly, causing bad competition and negative effects, Aurora said with a smile. Levi nodded. I have to commend Nielsen's great insight. Aurora smiled bitterly. He is the only person who dares to address the governor like that. By the way, Mr. Garrison, it's time for the TV station's interview session. Shall we? Aurora glanced at the time and said. Levi replied, all right. Let them in. Following that, Levi and several other leaders waited in a conference room. Outside the conference room. Thanks, Ms. Newt. I owe you a meal, Margaret said with a smile. Aurora smiled in response. Ms. Ward, please. Everyone came to the conference room under the guidance of Aurora. Even though Margaret had done this kind of interview before, she couldn't help but feel a little nervous today because there wasn't much information about Mr. Garrison. About 10 officials were sitting in the conference room. Margaret panicked a little when she caught a glimpse of it. She became stunned the moment she caught sight of the officials' faces. One of them looked particularly familiar. In order to confirm her sight, Margaret took a few steps forward. It's Levi. He's sitting in the middle alongside the other leaders. Margaret was puzzled by what she saw. What is Levi doing here? Her colleagues were equally confused. No wonder Mr. Shorts said he couldn't locate Levi. Because he was here. Margaret said instinctively, Levi, what are you doing here? You don't belong in this place. The entire conference room fell silent after her speech. Margaret was taken aback when she noticed everyone staring at her strangely. What are you talking about, Ms. Ward? This person is Mr. Garrison, Aurora said. In Confusio. The Protector Chapter 429. Hey? Mr. Garrison? It can't be. Isn't he Levi? The target of disdain who is a hot topic in Northampton these few days. That's right. A malignant tumor like Levi should be driven out of Northampton. Forever. Margaret and her colleagues commented. Know your place. How dare you insult the name of the leader? At this time, the Minister of Commerce became furious. That's right. Where did this reporter come from? Who is she to insult Mr. Garrison like that? What's the meaning of this? You're from the Northampton Television Network, right? Call Director Charles York here. The other leaders also voiced out one after another. The remarks of Margaret and her colleagues completely angered them. After hearing the scolding, Margaret and her colleagues finally understood that they've gotten into deep trouble. What is the meaning of this, Ms. Ward? The person sitting in front of you is the Deputy Leader of Northampton, Mr. Levi Garrison. Besides, he is also known as the one and only 5-star god of war in Arudaya. Aurora stated the facts. Boom! Margaret and her colleagues were frozen instantaneously as if a thunderbolt had hit them from the sky. Deputy Leader of Northampton? The god of war? Levi Garrison? No. It can't be. This isn't real. Margaret and her colleagues remained rooted in a state of trance as their minds went blank completely. Bang! At this moment, the door of the conference room was opened. A plump middle-aged man came running in while panting heavily. This man was the director of Northampton Television Network, Charles York. He looked at all the leaders present while gasping heavily. He noticed a familiar face when his gaze landed on Levi. Isn't he the brat that Margaret was after? Why is he sitting here? What's going on? Charles looked at the crowd and asked curiously. What's going on? How ignorant can you be? The person speaking was the leader of Uptown District, Draco Simmons. Bang! The man slammed the table hard. Hey! Charles became increasingly baffled, and his body was trembling. Do you know that a reporter from your station had insulted Mr. Garrison for no reason when she saw him? The other leaders chided in anger. At this moment, a secretary distributed a few tablets to Draco and the other leaders. The content was about the details of Margaret framing Levi. Everyone burst into anger after reading the contents. Look at what you've done, Charles York. Your good days are over, Draco said, and threw the tablet to Charles. It seems like you have no idea. So let me tell you, the person who your station slandered is the deputy leader of Northampton, Mr. Levi Garrison. He is also the god of war. Figure it out yourself. Thump. After hearing this, Charles fell to the ground in horror. His face was covered with cold sweat, and he was terrified. Oh my God! How much trouble did I get myself into? This person is the god of war. Levi smiled and said, the director of the TV station? Is that how the content review works? How dare you release edited content? What's going on? Charles almost wet his pants at Levi's question. No. Mr. Garrison, I don't know how this happened. It was Margaret who released it. Margaret, how dare you set me up? Slap. Charles gave Margaret a hard slap across her face. The Protector Chapter 430. Margaret finally regained her senses after being slapped. Thud. Her body went limp, and she fell to the ground. It never crossed her mind that Levi would have such an identity. Otherwise, she would never even dream of doing such a thing. Margaret, do you still remember the call I made? Levi had a menacing smile on his face. Boom. Margaret was in a state of shock after the epiphany. How could I forget? Levi even called to give me a chance. But I was too foolish to realize my mistake. I was wrong. It's all my fault, Mr. Garrison. Please forgive me, Margaret. Immediately kneeled on the ground and begged for mercy. Thud. Thud. Charles punched and kicked Margaret. You have the nerve to ask for forgiveness. He wanted to kill her there and then. What a vicious woman you are, Margaret. You drive people to their death by abusing your power. If it wasn't for my identity, do you think I can still stand here? Levi asked with a smile. Everyone in the conference room felt a chill down their spine. Levi is angry. What are you standing here for, Charles? Hurry and expose the wrongdoings of Margaret and clear the name of Mr. Garrison. A few leaders bellowed. Charles reacted and replied, okay. I'll do it right away. Soon, an urgent news update was released on Northampton Television Network. Exposed. Reporter Margaret deliberately framed Levi Garrison with edited content. Margaret's reputation was ruined after a series of evidence was presented, and the previous negative remarks about Levi and his family dissipated eventually. Charles, you're responsible for this matter. Therefore, you'll be relieved of your position, Draco announced. Charles nodded immediately, got it. All the people involved in this matter must be penalized. Any individual that had dealings with Margaret should be arrested or punished. A few leaders ordered it. Once Margaret laid on the ground, became paralyzed, and felt like her body was no longer hers. Levi glanced at Margaret and said, falsity will never prevail. You know the things you did to get to your current position today. The truth will be uncovered. Eventually. Margaret felt regretful and penitent. None of these would have happened if she didn't offend Levi. It was not known how Margaret managed to leave the exhibition hall. This is the *ch that lied to us and made us blame the wrong person. Yet, if it weren't for the discovery, we would have driven an innocent person to death. There was a huge crowd gathering outside the exhibition hall. The crowd started pouring buckets of foul-smelling dung water all over her as soon as she appeared. Margaret puked immediately. But the manure continued to splash on her again and again. This was how a vicious person would always end up being. After the matter was resolved, Zoe immediately called, "Darling, that was awesome. How did you do that?" Levi smiled and said, "Justice always prevails." After Zachary got the news, he found Margaret as soon as he could. Zachary clutched his nose and stayed far away from Margaret because there was a horrible stench on her. "What happened?" Margaret cast a glance at him with a miserable smirk. "I advise the Suarez family to give up, leave Northampton and stay in South City." "Why?" Zachary looked baffled. "Because he is someone you can't afford to provoke. If you insist on pushing your luck, the Suarez family will be wiped out from the face of the earth," Margaret warned. The Protector Chapter 431. Ha ha ha. What a joke. Do you really think we, the Suarez family, would be afraid of anyone? Just wait and see. Soon enough, we'll have our own territory in Northampton. Zachary didn't give a second thought to what Margaret had said. Thus, the week-long investment promotion fair ended on a fulfilling note. Many businesses from overseas had given their all into investing in Northampton's developments. That was exactly the results Levi wanted to achieve. However, he had heard of a few larger families forcing a few small and medium-sized corporations into handing over their companies. Within just a few days, many of those corporations had already been bought over. "Mr. Garrison, what should we do? Should we start taking action?" the Rogers family asked. Levi shook his head. "We'll just observe for now. It wouldn't be too late for us to take action only after they've succeeded. After all, it's only fair for them to make contributions to the Northampton's economy first." When everyone caught sight of the smirk hanging off Levi's lips, they understood what his true motives were. Levi was planning to fatten them up slowly and surely. The moment they were ripe and plump enough, only then would he sink his teeth into them. Back in the Lopez family mansion, Sebastian was looking frazzled. He'd aged quite a bit under the stress from the recent events. Staying put without taking revenge wasn't his style of confrontation at all. "What happened? Did he agree to it?" Sebastian asked. "Yes, he did, but he asked for you to go and invite him personally," Simon said. "Yes, of course I will." "Sebastian, I never would have thought that you'd call on him." Simon's eyes trembled in fear. Sebastian scoffed, "If it weren't that urgent, would I have gone for this option? It's not a bad thing. In fact, if he takes action, then the boss behind the Morris Group has nowhere left to run." Murderous intent glazed over Sebastian's gaze. "That's right. That man is the one and only person I've ever feared of. If he didn't go into hiding, would I even have the chance to be where I am today in South City? He's the real head of Quebec. That's right. The Morris Group has been playing games for far too long. It's high time this man appeared to stop them." The Suarez family had been gobbling up businesses left and right in Northampton. So far, they've gotten themselves quite the collection. "No. I can't just let the injury my brother suffered go that easily. The Oriental Star Group must be ours." Zachary's gaze was chilly. That very afternoon, Zachary brought a group of his men to the Oriental Star Group. Zoe had no choice but to meet them. "It's Zoe, isn't it? I'll keep things short. I'm here to take over the Oriental Star Group," Zachary said instantly. Zoe, however, refused just as quickly. That's impossible. I've just taken over the company, and we're developing pretty well. Why would I ever sell the company to you? That's right. Mr. Suarez, did you hear any false rumors? The Oriental Star Group isn't up for sale. Were you expecting to buy us over? The other higher UPS looked at Zachary questioningly. Zachary just chuckled. Well, the Suarez family wishes to take over your company, so you have to sell it to us. What kind of twisted reason is that? Aren't you just forcing us to give it up to you? What kind of society are we living in? I didn't know such hegemony existed. The higher UPS of the Oriental Star Group all disagreed with his outlandish request. That's right. The Suarez family is simply used to such methods. I'll give you 24 hours to clean up before I come back here to take what's mine. If you turn me down, trust me, you'll regret it, Zachary said coldly. 3 loud bangs resounded as one of Zachary's men tossed 3 throwing knives and landed them each on the words, Oriental Star Group, that was printed on the wall behind them. The Protector, Chapter 432. That was a threat. It was a threat, plain and simple as that, laid bare for all of them to see. That was a warning to everyone in Oriental Star Group that if they dared to go against him, they'd regret that decision for the rest of their lives. Remember, none of you have the right to retaliate against the Suarez family, so don't even try, Zachary said coldly before leaving. In the end, the higher UPS were left staring after him in disbelief. Was the Oriental Star Group about to get bought over right after they'd just begun developing? Ms. Lopez, I think it'd be for the best if we let them buy the company. That's right. The Suarez family has been buying companies left and right. They ones who tried to retaliate ended up defending themselves to death. The Suarez family has way too much power in South City. We don't have the power to fight back against them. In fact, we might end up dead, too. The higher UPS of the Oriental Star Group had given up completely. Zoe, however, remained silent. Deep within, her heart was crumbling in hopelessness. Why did they have to get on the Suarez family's bad side? Zoe was ready to give up. Based on everything that had happened recently, the Suarez family would stop it. Nothing to get what they wanted. In order to force the hands of those business owners, they had used all kinds of twisted methods. Zoe was especially terrified that her parents or her husband would get into trouble because of her. Recently, Levi had been rather satisfied with how Northampton was coming along. There were a couple of obstacles along the way, but overall, everything was going smoothly. Once he reached home, however, the first thing he saw was Zoe's unhappy face. What happened, honey? Did something happen at work? Levi asked. Concerned. Zoe shook her head. I'm just frustrated because of the recent developments with the company. The next day, Zoe had just stepped foot into the company when she caught sight of Zachary strolling in with a bunch of his underlings. Everyone else shivered at the sight of the man from the other day who had used the throwing knives with such ease. So, Ms. Lopez, what's your final decision? Zachary asked with a smirk on his face. You could at least try to be a little more sincere with your request. What's your price? Zoe asked. Zachary was taken aback for a second before replied, 1 billion. Everyone inhaled sharply at the sound of Zachary's price. The Suarez family was truly overbearing. How dare they try to buy a company with a net worth of 6 billion for only 1 billion? Zoe scoffed coldly, Mr. Suarez, are you insane? How could I possibly sell it to you for a mere 1 billion? Zachary burst out laughing. Coldly, he jabbed, Ms. Lopez, I don't think you know what's going on right now. You're in no position to make any negotiations. I named my price to save you. Some face. If you piss me off, you're not going to get even a cent from me. Ridiculous. How could the Suarez family be this ridiculously overbearing? Sadly, they could only seethe in silence. 2 days ago, someone tried to retaliate against the Suarez family. They ended up with 4 broken limbs and their family got dragged into it too. Who wouldn't be afraid of such a force? This is the contract. Sign it now, and the money will be transferred to you. Instantly. Zachary tossed the contract to Zoe. If you refuse to sign this, Aaron Lopez and Caitlin Black will be joining me for dinner tonight. Zachary laughed chillingly as he laid his threats down. His meaning was clear enough. If Zoe refused, he'd find a way to get rid of Aaron and Caitlin, and it didn't matter whether they were dead or alive. You're being unreasonable. Zoe shouted in anger. Even after so long, she had never met such an overbearing person. Sadly, she couldn't do anything about it. Ms. Lopez, just sign it. The other higher UPS started clamoring. I don't think so. Right at that moment, a voice called out. Levi was here. He had noticed Zoe's worrisome expression during dinner the other day. He did some investigations of his own to find out what was wrong. To think that it was caused by the Suarez family. Levi Garrison? What are you doing here? Zachary had seen Levi in pictures before, and the very moment he laid his eyes on him, he knew he hated his guts. The Protector Chapter 433. It's normal for enemies to want to finish off each other upon meeting. Zachary couldn't help but want to kill Levi on sight. With a deep frown on his face, Levi asked, Who are you? Have we met? I'm Zachary of the Suarez family. Zane Suarez is my brother. Levi nodded. Oh, that cripple. You. The moment he heard of the way Levi referred his brother, Zachary's anger flared up. You should have stayed in South City. What are you doing here in North Hampton? Are you asking to be killed here? Levi asked. Zachary laughed coldly. Don't go thinking you're safe with the Morris group behind you. I'm warning you, the Suarez family is not going to stop until we've conquered a good part of Northampton. You'd better sign the contract before you regret it. Just screw off already. Levi shoved Zachary away. You asked for it. Zachary's subordinates started moving toward Levi. Zachary stopped them. There's no need for that. Zachary smiled at Zoe and asked, Ms. Lopez, I hope you've thought about this properly. You'll regret it if you make the wrong move. I told you to leave, didn't I? Levi yelled. Okay, okay. Just you wait and see. Zachary smiled menacingly. Mr. Shorts, why didn't you just get rid of that guy? After they exited the area, Will Brown asked Zachary in confusion. Will was the strongest fighter on Zachary's team. Zachary looked pissed. You think I didn't want to? That man has the Morris group backing him up. Even Sebastian Lopez faced a hard time with them. Then, what should we do? Just take it. Will said in anger. Zachary, on the other hand, smirked mysteriously. Of course not. We'll settle the Oriental Star Group first. What about Levi Garrison? Will Brown asked. I heard about Sebastian Lopez wanting to make a comeback. Hey? Even the black and white guards suffered greatly. What could Sebastian do? Zachary smirked. It will be a whole different story when Sebastian managed to call on him. Him? Wait, could it be? Will suddenly looked terrified at the thought of someone and inhaled sharply. Sebastian Lopez is truly putting in his all. How'd he manage to call upon someone who's been in hiding for the past 30 years? The others were just as amazed. That's right. That's the real boss of Quebec and the one Sebastian is scared of the most. The Morris group is really something. They managed to drag him out of hiding, Zachary said. Will figured something out and smiled. Mr. Shorts, you're waiting for Sebastian Lopez and that man to get rid of the Morris group before getting rid of Levi. Right. Yes. Without the Morris group behind his back, how is Levi going to act all high and mighty? In South City, there was a small, run-down temple in the corner of Mount Amethyst. Anyone in the upper class of South City knew that this temple was off-limits. That was because it was the home to the most terrifying figure in South City, and even all of Quebec. He had once ruled over Quebec. 30 years ago, he retreated back here and became a vegetarian. Apart from that, he started reciting Buddhist mantras every day. Highly skilled professionals surrounded the temple and no one was allowed to go near it. However, today, the Lopez family approached the temple. Sebastian knelt in front of the temple personally, waiting for him to appear. Sir, the Lopez family is in trouble. Quinton Lane has been killed, Wesley Lane and James Lane have been crippled, and the black and white guards have been spliced into pieces. I, Sebastian Lopez, beg you to get rid of them. In exchange, I will give everything I have. Sebastian begged with all his sincerity and kowtowed 3 times. The Protector Chapter 434. Everyone present at the temple instantly held their breaths at that sentence. They stared at Sebastian in disbelief. What could possibly have pushed Sebastian to make such a daring exchange? He was even willing to give up his fortune in order to beat this mysterious person or force. Sebastian continued kneeling as he waited for an answer to come from within the temple. Finally, after about 10 minutes, the run-down wooden door of the temple creaked open. A man dressed in a suit walked out of the temple. Everyone looked on in shock and fear as the godson of the ex-ruler of the underworld walked toward them. Even Sebastian looked terrified. The young man said simply, Sebastian, please return. My godfather will handle this. What? Thank you, sir. Sebastian yelled in glee. He agreed. That meant the Morris group was done for. To Sebastian, this man was practically on the same level as God himself. There was nothing in Quebec that he couldn't get his hands on if he were willing to step up. Right after that, the news of this man finally returning to society started spreading around South City like wildfire. Once, he had been the ruler of Quebec. He had locked himself away for 30 years, but he was finally emerging once more. Everyone could tell that Northampton was about to undergo great changes. The fact that this man was willing to show himself once more meant that Quebec was about to go through a massive transformation. All the other forces and families in South City started preparing for this man's arrival. Early on the next day, the 10 most powerful families of South City gathered along the twisting and turning roads of Mount Amethyst in 2 lines as they waited for this person's arrival. Sebastian stood among them. There was finally some people coming from the end of the road. They had come down the mountain on foot. This group of people surrounded an old man with white hair and a ruddy complexion who looked full of spirit. Even though he was already 80 years old, his steps were steady and he was clearly of good health. He was once the ruler of Quebec, Scott Yates. Everyone in Quebec called him by Sir and Sir only. At first sight, he looked like any other esteemed figure, perhaps a well-read professor or master. No one would have connected him to the role of an underworld ruler. Apart from Fernand Yates, Scott's godson, there were 4 other people walking next to him. They were also known as the 4 mighty generals. The first one was all skin and bones, and resembled a walking skeleton. His skin stretched taut over the angular frame of his skull. He was known simply as Bones. The second stood at around 2 meters tall and looked like a human mountain. He was named Golem. The third was as bulked up as a bull and his head was completely bald. There were 6 scars on the thin skin of his scalp. His name was Titan, and he was a priest. The last one appeared completely normal, and nothing stood out about him. However, he was the most fearsome among all. The black and white guards were an indestructible force in South City. But in the face of these 4, they were mere ants. In South City's extensive underworld, the black and white guards would only be the 5th or 6th most powerful forces. The first 4 places belonged to these 4 generals. These 4 taking action was just as terrifying as any natural disaster. They were much too scary. They were rumored to be able to beat an army of thousands. Congratulations, sir, on your return. When the families saw Scott Yates and his lineup, they welcomed him enthusiastically. So what if they had countless riches? So what if they had enough money to overthrow the country? All that could disappear at any second with just a word from Scott Yates. As compared to Liam Macy and Sebastian Lopez, Scott Yates had experienced much more. He had made his breakthrough during the peak of Quebec's underworld, so he had a much stronger background. There was nothing he could say that Quebec wouldn't obey to instantly. Sebastian stepped up. Sir, now that you are back, there's a favor I have to ask. From you. The Protector Chapter 435. Sebastian's reputation has been completely ruined. The Morris Group? Is that a new corporation? Scott Yates asked. Sebastian nodded. Yes, sir. The Morris Group appeared only recently. They appear to be run by the Rogers family. The collapse of the 3 main pillars of Northampton have a lot to do with the Morris Group. Scott Yates stayed silent at that. His godson, Fernand Yates, piped up, yes, I've taken notice of that as well. The reason that this Morris Group managed to gain so much power in such a short time is due to someone extremely powerful working behind the scenes. Furthermore, it's next to impossible to find any information about their mysterious boss or Neil Atkinson. Fernand also held a lot of power. Despite Scott Yates lived in seclusion away in the mountains for the last 30 years, the family business had continued under Fernand's management. However, he had chosen to stay subtle about it and only worked in the background. Anyone in South City knew that Scott Yates was number 1 when it came to accumulated wealth. How dare they act like this in Northampton? There must be a powerful figure behind the scenes. Scott Yates' expression changed abruptly. Investigate? No matter who that person is, I will chase him out of Quebec regardless. Understood. I'll begin investigations right away, Fernand replied. The citizens of South City let out a sigh of relief. With Scott Yates helping them out, the Morris Group would definitely be done for. They could finally gobble up Northampton with ease. Every time anyone tried to take over Northampton's businesses, they either got held back by the law or got targeted by the Morris Group and the Rogers family. The people of South City had been holding back their frustrations for a long time. The Suarez family and the Lopez family were especially bothered by that. Despite that, all of them were more than aware of the fact that the Morris Group would be done for the moment Sir left the mountain. It didn't matter how strong and powerful the Morris Group was. It didn't matter what their reputation was in South City. In Quebec, Scott Yates' word was the law. Even a dragon would find it hard to control a snake in its old haunt. Northampton wasn't as closely updated, so they had no clue of the imminent danger. Zachary had caught wind of Scott Yates' return. He couldn't be more ecstatic at the news. The end of the Morris Group is near. We should quickly wrap up our deal with the Oriental Star Group. The Oriental Star Group was an essential component of the Suarez family's battle plan. The entertainment department of the Oriental Star Group was something the Suarez family urgently needed. Mr. Suarez, the Oriental Star Group has recently been shooting 7 blockbuster online-only movies. This was all produced by Zoe Lopez. Around $50 million was invested into each production. They'll probably increase as time goes by. The final cost has to be around $500 million at least. Will Brown reported. Humph. Zoe Lopez, I bet you were trying to make a real profit, weren't you? Well, not a chance. Zachary murmured as he chuckled darkly. Zoe Lopez was definitely eager to make some achievements. The property arm had already been established. Naturally, she had to pay more attention to the entertainment segment. Today, Zoe decided to visit the set personally. This set belonged to the movie that they had invested the highest amount of money in, which was around $70 million. They didn't spend that much money on special effects or the plot. Most of the money had been invested into casting the male and female leads, who were both top-notch actors in the industry. Casting the both of them would cost around $50 million at the very least. The actual cost of the production itself was only about $20 million. However, she believed that the movie would become a hit and generate a sizable return given the actors' fame. The crew was currently preparing for filming while the actors were going through their lines. Niall, the male lead, spotted Zoe once he lifted his head. "Who is that?" he asked his assistant. "This is the new boss of the Oriental Star Group, Zoe Lopez." Niall's eyes lit up as he smiled. "I have to get to know her well then." The Protector Chapter 436. So far, Niall was the most famous actor in the Oriental Star Group. He was extremely popular and had a ton of fans. However, anyone who knew him personally knew how messy his private life was. He slept around with fans and other female celebrities alike. He had even had a fling or two with his assistants and makeup artists. He had no problems hooking up with female hire UPS of various companies that had their eyes on him. From just his appearance alone, Niall had risen from a barely there social media influencer to a highest paid actor within just 3 years. Every time he took on a new job with a new company, he would immediately flirt with the female hire UPS as long as they were decent enough. Even if the female boss in question was old and ugly, he'd still say yes if she was willing to pay a huge amount of money or benefits. Niall was entranced the very moment he laid his eyes on Zoe. How could there be such a beautiful and young boss in the industry? The appearance and figure of all the other celebrities he had met so far paled in comparison to Zoe. On top of all that, she was the boss of a multimillion company. Zoe was watching the crew do their work when a scented breeze suddenly blew past her. She lifted her head to see a tall and handsome man looking at her. "Hi, nice to meet you. My name is Niall Zander." Niall reached out his hand for a handshake. Niall Zander. Of course Zoe knew who he was. "I'm sorry, my husband doesn't allow me to have physical contact with other men." She turned him down. Niall lowered his hand awkwardly. He hadn't considered the fact that Zoe was a married woman. Despite that, a glint of ecstasy flashed in his eyes. He loved married women. They were on an entirely different level from immature young girls. He had already set his sights on Zoe as his next target. "Wow, I can't believe how young you are, Ms. Lopez. The fact that you managed to pull off filming 7 movies at the same time is really impressive," Niall complimented. Zoe smiled. "It's also thanks to your contributions as an actor. Hopefully, it'll bring us good results." "Of course it will. I'll put my everything into this movie, Niall promised. Gary Wade, who was in charge of the entertainment department, reported, Ms. Lopez, we've officially started advertising on the 7 movies to the public. So far, the ones with Niall in the cast are the most well received. Based on our early calculations, we can earn up to 400 million. In fact, it might end up being even more. Zoe smiled in excitement and said, Mr. Xander, you are truly the hope of Oriental. Please, if you need anything at all, just let us know. Zoe understood what was going on. In order to gain the most out of the movie, they had to treat Niall and their female lead like royalty. Of course. In fact, I wanted to ask if you are free tonight. I have something I need to discuss with you. It has to do with the future developments of Oriental Star Group, Niall said with a smile. Gary whispered to Zoe, Ms. Lopez, Niall's management team is pretty impressive. They're the ones we hired for a huge sum last time. In my opinion, you should say yes. Zoe agreed. All right. Since I'm new to the entertainment industry, it'll be great to have a light to shine my way. Niall exchanged glances with his assistant and he smiled. The fish had taken the bait, and he would be enjoying it tonight. Niall, what are you doing here? We were going through our lines just now. Yvonne, the female lead, asked unhappily. She had always liked Niall. The company was also desperate to sell Yvonne and Niall as a couple, to which she was more than happy to oblige. All along, Yvonne had seen the girls Niall took interest in as enemies. When she saw the way Niall looked at Zoe, she was instantly furious. Who are you? Why are you interrupting our practice? Yvonne asked frostily. The Protector Chapter 437. Niall yelled, What are you doing? This is our new boss, Ms. Lopez. So what if she's our boss? She shouldn't disrupt our practice. Yvonne was the star of Oriental Star Group, so she was haughty and did not care about others. All right then, I shan't be disturbing you. Mr. Xander, please don't forget about tonight. Zoe reminded in good nature. Niall was excited and nodded immediately, Don't worry, I'll make the necessary arrangements. Yvonne was enraged by this. She knew what Niall was up to. For the entire shoot today, both Niall and Yvonne were distracted. To begin with, both of their acting skills were mediocre. The quality of the shoot was especially bad that day, but the directors had to call it a good take. After all, they could not afford to offend either of them. Yet, the two of them were involved in 5 major movies that day. Never mind if the quality is bad. They have a large fanbase. We'll get our money's worth from their fanbase alone, the directors, scriptwriters, and other crew members consoled themselves. That day, Levi returned to the Morris Group once again. Iris did not let him slack off and arranged for him to be an interviewer. Even though she felt that Levi was incapable, he had a good eye for talent. Hence, Levi spent the entire day conducting interviews. A few young men came for an interview. Levi glanced at the contract and was puzzled. He inquired, You're from the North Hampton Film Academy? You're trained as an actor? Why are you applying for a job in sales? To be honest, sir, the entertainment industry is too stressful and competitive. Without a good background or funding, it's difficult to make a name for yourself. We're all from the countryside and have neither of them, so we're struggling to make ends meet. We wanted to find a job to survive. The youngsters hung their heads in disappointment. That was not an uncommon sight. There were only so many successful artists. Most artists did not even find success as internet celebrities and had to find another job, even if they were talented actors and actresses. When he heard about the entertainment industry, Levi immediately thought of his wife's firm. He recalled that they were expanding the scale of their entertainment business and were lacking manpower. In that case, you guys have a minute to perform something for me. You have a minute each. Feel free to exercise your creativity. Levi smiled. The interviewees were confused, but Levi was the interviewer after all. They did as he asked. Not bad. You really have talent. Levi commended sincerely. These men were all skilled actors, but their talents were not appreciated. Sadly, there were many talented actors who did not get a chance to act. Movies were all filled with famous stars with poor acting skills, resulting in low-quality films. Please show me any other skills you have. Some of them showcased their dancing, singing, and other skills. All of you are great. Sign this, please. Levi smiled. I beg your pardon, they were all bewildered. You can get a sales job just by singing and dancing? They had no idea that Levi was giving them the opportunity of a lifetime, transforming them from people barely making ends meet to superstars. Meanwhile, at night, after work, Zoe made a trip to the drama department. Hi Ms. Lopez, Mr. Xander is too busy and has returned to his residence. After that, he has to attend a dinner. Time is tight, so if you are looking for him, please head to his home, his assistant said. All right, please lead the way, Zoe replied. She did not dwell too much into it, and followed the assistant to the artiste's lodging. She did not have any stray thoughts. For one, the place was crowded. For another, Niall was a star and would not do anything to harm his reputation. The Protector Chapter 438. But Zoe was wrong. His management team had long known about him and he did not care about his reputation at all. Zoe headed to Niall's room. He had just finished taking a bath and walked out in a bathrobe, showing off his muscular body. Zoe immediately turned to leave. Ms. Lopez, why are you leaving? It's fine. Niall hurriedly blocked Zoe. Zoe turned around and smiled embarrassedly, sorry for coming all of a sudden. I didn't expect you to be in the shower. I'm a simple man. Ms. Lopez, please, have a seat. Niall offered. Zoe questioned him, Mr. Xander, you said earlier that you had something important to discuss. What is it? Winnie, help me get something. Niall waved her off. Winnie, his manager, left with a knowing look. Zoe had no idea that Winnie would not be returning. Before Winnie left, she closed the door behind her. Zoe became alert the moment the door closed. After all, she was alone with another man in a room. Niall smiled and inquired, Ms. Lopez, how do you feel about me? You're a great star who has a large fan base. No, I meant about my looks. How's my figure? Did I get your heart racing? Niall flirted directly. Hey? What do you mean? Zoe felt something was amiss. Niall closed in and explained, Ms. Lopez, I decided to give you a chance to have me for one night. In the past, when Niall said this, those rich lady bosses would have pounced on him. However, Zoe's reaction was far from what he had expected. She was not tempted by the offer and was even filled with an icy rage. Mr. Xander, please show some self-respect. I'll be off. Zoe spat. Wait, hold on. Let's talk things through. How could Niall allow her to escape? Let me go. If you try anything funny, I will be sure to persecute you. Zoe roared. Niall scoffed, Woman, I looked for you because I felt you were worth it. Stop being so full of yourself. Do you think you're the boss here? I'll tell you honestly. In the Oriental Star Group, I'm the real boss. You have to listen to me. You, Zoe was fuming. She did not expect to meet an artiste like that. Niall sneered, Zoe Lopez, you'd better obey my every command. I'll guarantee that all of your movies sell well and Oriental Star Group's business excels. Otherwise, I'll cripple your company. Zoe bit her lip and glared at Niall. Come, as long as you listen to me, we will both benefit from it. Niall was about to pounce upon Zoe. Bam! The door slammed open and Yvonne entered. Whew! Zoe heaved a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, Niall was enraged. This stupid woman is at it again. Why does she have to ruin everything? Zoe Lopez, you wench. As the owner of the company, you've overstepped the boundaries and seduced your own artistes. How shameless! Yvonne accused her. Zoe was bewildered. Niall was the one who tried to seduce me. Why am I in the wrong now? Zoe, you're so shameless. I've heard that you were even married for 6 years. How could you even do that? You slut! Niall fell silent and acknowledged Yvonne's actions. The Protector Chapter 439. He wanted to maintain the stance that he was not in the wrong and that it was all Zoe's fault. Zoe flared up, Niall, you'd better explain what's going on here. At this point, Niall's manager and a few assistants had arrived. I'll explain all right. Zoe here seduced me and was refused by me, simple as that. Niall sneered. When she heard Niall twisting the facts, Zoe was about to burst with rage. Bullshit! You were the one who tried to rape me! Zoe screamed. Yvonne pushed Zoe and spat, stop pretending to be innocent. I saw everything. Earlier. You were clearly seducing him. Yvonne loved Niall, so even if Niall were in the wrong, she would protect him and push the blame to someone else. This was one such example. You too, Zoe nearly fainted from the rage. Winnie sided with them as well, Ms. Lopez, you can't do that. Even though you're the boss, there are limits. Niall is an actor. If word got out, his career would be destroyed and your company would suffer as well. That's right. A woman like you can get any man you want. Let Niall off. That's right, Ms. Lopez, don't make life difficult for him. Niall's manager and team started to defend him anxiously. It wasn't me. Zoe was livid but she did not know how to explain herself. She was framed and everyone present were on his side. She would not be able to defend herself even with concrete evidence. Ms. Lopez, please leave. We will pretend this never happened and won't pursue this matter. Winnie said as she dragged Zoe off. Zoe was flabbergasted. I'm the victim here. Why did I suddenly become the villain and even get blackmailed by them? Zoe's first reaction was to fire all of them. She dialed Wade's number and informed him of this. You can't do that, Ms. Lopez. Oriental Star Group's entertainment business depends on Niall and Yvonne. We can't possibly fire them. Calm down and hear me out, Ms. Lopez. This will not benefit the company in any way. Zoe clenched her teeth angrily. I am the victim here. Yet, there's nothing I can do about it. In Niall's room, Yvonne scorned, how could you do something so reckless? This woman isn't any ordinary person. The moment she gets a hold of your weakness, you're toast. Humph. I'll get this woman someday. Niall spat. He was still angered by Yvonne for ruining his opportunity. Otherwise, Zoe would not have been able to escape back then. All right, Ms. Wren. Calm down. Niall is still young and reckless. It's okay, Winnie persuaded her. At this point in time, Winnie received a call. Hey? What? Mr. Suarez from South City wants to meet Niall. Meanwhile, Yvonne's manager also received a call. The contents of the call were the same. I'm not meeting anyone tonight. I don't feel like it. Niall declared angrily. But you just have to meet this man. He's from the Suarez family in South City. No one can afford to offend him. Winnie explained. Soon, a car came to pick Niall, Yvonne, and a few other artistes up. These 10 people were all the pillars of Oriental Star Group. The Protector Chapter 440. Zoe was fuming with rage, but there was nothing she could do about it. She had to wait for the movies to finish filming. Honey, is your company's entertainment side short on manpower? Levi queried. Zoe nodded. Yep, we've always been understaffed and we're on the lookout for new talents. Well, it happens that I've signed all of them for you during the interview yesterday. I've interviewed them all myself. Their acting skills are superb, but they don't have a chance to showcase their talents. Levi told her about what happened during the interview earlier. What a pity. They were trained in acting and singing but had to find work elsewhere. Zoe sighed. I'll get them to look for you tomorrow. Sure. The following day, shortly after Zoe arrived at her office, the 4 men hired by Levi appeared. A man and a woman caught her attention immediately. The man was Maurice Lorraine while the woman was Helena Engler. At least, they had the looks. Normally, they would both have an opportunity to become famous. However, they did not have the background since they were from rural areas, and at the same time, they were unwilling to play by the unspoken rules. Hence, they ended up in this state. Zoe got professionals from the entertainment department to interview them and they all passed. After signing the contract, they officially became artistes under the Oriental Star Group. Even if they had to start from the bottom, the 4 of them were excited. They also knew that with Oriental Star Group's reputation in Northampton, this would not have been possible without Levi's help. Helena immediately sent a message to Levi to treat him to a meal. At the drama department, Niall, Yvonne, and the other top artistes were usually lazy and treated work lightly. However, that day, they were slacking even more than usual. Forgetting or memorizing the wrong lines were common. At times, Niall's expression even wandered and did not look at the camera at all. The stage crew was furious, but there was nothing they could do about it. After all, they were famous stars that no one could afford to offend. They could only take scene by scene and hope for the best during editing. Niall and Yvonne exchanged knowing looks and had an elated expression. This had happened because of what occurred the previous night. Both of them were angry at Zoe and wanted to get their revenge. At this point in time, Zachary called them up and strengthened their resolve. They were bent on getting revenge on the Oriental Star Group. Let me introduce everyone. These are artistes newly signed by the company. They graduated from Northampton Film Academy and are very talented. That'll reduce the burden on the drama department, Gary announced as he brought the 4 over. Many were disgusted by the 4 daft-looking individuals. Most people disliked newcomers. Can we treat them as we like? Niall asked. Gary responded, of course. Niall, you're their senior. Ordering them around is a privilege to them. Helena and the others recognized stars like Niall and Yvonne. They were eager to be of help to them. If they could establish a good relationship with them, their career would be set. All right then. You, go get me some water. Niall pointed towards Helena. Me? Sure. Helena felt privileged by this gesture. She immediately went to pour him a cup of water and carefully brought it in front of Niall. Senior, please have some water. Helena offered him with a smile. Niall scrutinized Helena carefully. This lass has got the looks. She isn't inferior to Yvonne in any way. Ahem, Yvonne cleared her throat. Only then did Niall take the glass of water. The Protector Chapter 441. Pfft! Arg! Niall screamed and spat the water out on Helena. What the hell? Splash! Niall splashed the remaining water in the cup towards Helena. The water is so hot. Were you trying to burn me? Niall roared. Hey! Helena covered the parts of her body which were wet and was taken aback. Newcomer, what's up with you? Did you do this on purpose? What's with the hot water? Yet. What's up with this? Do you not want to act anymore? Are you looking for trouble? Several people started accusing Helena. Several dozens of people ganged up on a young lady. Helena was frightened and started sobbing. Ha, see? Zoe is here to make life difficult for us. Yvonne started fanning the flames. That's right. The timing was too coincidental. The newcomers came right after. What happened last night? She's sent them to deal with us. They quickly pushed the blame to Zoe. Niall cast his gaze upon Helena and demanded, Hey! Kneel down and apologize. Otherwise, I won't let you off. That's right. Kneel, the others chanted. Helena was frightened out of her wits. It was her first day and something so major had happened. If she had known earlier, she would have stuck to sales. Just as Helena was about to kneel down, Maurice stopped her. Apologize? What for? Maurice demanded. She gave me a cup of boiling water on purpose. She's clearly trying to scald me, Niall burst out in rage. Maurice argued, you only said to get you some water. You didn't specify if you wanted it hot or cold. That's your own problem. Niall scoffed, you could have asked. That's common sense. God gave you a mouth for a reason. If you don't even have this much common sense, you shouldn't be an actor. Maurice was speechless when faced with the unreasonable Niall. Is this the way you should be taking to a senior? I didn't offend you, did I? Do you really take me for granted? Niall continued ferociously. Maurice was scared as well. Offending a famous star like him would mean the end of his career. They were just some commoners from rural areas, to begin with. They were no match for these people. Well, apologize, the other two stammered. They were worried that things would blow up. Niall sneered at Maurice and pointed at the water on the ground. He demanded. You'll kneel down to apologize to me as well and lick the water on the ground. Clean. If you do that, I'll forgive you. Maurice was a hot-blooded youth and got angered by Niall. Don't push your luck. I've got nothing to lose here, he spat as he glared at Niall. Slap. Niall slapped Maurice hard on the face. Maurice was bewildered. You're a few years too young to talk back to me like that. Niall scoffed. I'll kill you. Maurice was about to pounce on him, but several people held him down. At this point in time Niall, Yvonne, as well as the other actors Zachary had assembled exchanged glances. They would carry out the plan the Suarez family had requested. Bam! Niall kicked a camera aside and yelled, Damn it! I'll quit. This is taking things too far. The Protector Chapter 442. Crash! Niall went berserk and smashed anything he could see. Right. We'll stop acting. This is just bullying us. They got a few newcomers too. Come and pick on us. Wham! Yvonne kicked the equipment aside as well. Zoe is trying to force us to quit by using these newcomers. Why bother acting? I won't work for her. Exactly. What's the point? The other artistes and managers were livid and started destroying the equipment. The other filming crew was scared out of their wits. Have the actors gone mad? Surely being offended by two newcomers won't warrant such a reaction. What's going on? The ones who were most confused were the four newcomers. Their illustrious career had ended the moment it started, just because they had offended a few top actors. They had no way to take responsibility. Even the men started crying out loud. Unbeknownst to them, Niall and Yvonne had planned this from the start. They were bribed by the Suarez to destroy Oriental Star Group. They were simply being used as an excuse. Even if they had not shown up, Niall would have found trouble with someone else. Not only that, but the top artists from other groups had gone on strike as well. The part that was affected the worst was that Niall and Yvonne had co-starred in 5 movies. Several filming sets worth of artists had gone on strike. Ms. Lopez. Something terrible happened. Actors and actresses from 7 different sets have gone on strike. They even started smashing the equipment. And the scene is in a mess. Follow me and have a look yourself. Zoe was shocked when she received Jerry's call. However, she quickly calmed down. There must be a reason for the strike. First, I offended Niall Xander. Second, Zachary Suarez might be behind this. Zoe rushed to the scene as soon as possible. When she saw the set in such a mess, Zoe's heart sank. Why do things like this happen all the time? Gary had arrived at the same time. He inquired, what happened? What's going on? Winnie scorned, Mr. Wade, Ms. Lopez is trying to make life difficult for us. Hey? What's wrong? The 4 newbies you just brought in were here to make life difficult for us. One of them tried to scald Niall with boiling water while the other tried to hit him. If you want to fire us, just say it outright. Why does it in such a roundabout manner? Winnie demanded. That's right. Just fire us. We'll be welcome everywhere else. Yvonne and the other artists burst out in rage. Gary took a look around and questioned, is that so? The others agreed, it's true. These newcomers were clumsy and making life difficult for Niall. That's right. Ms. Lopez, Mr. Wade, I'll have to discuss things with you too. There's nothing wrong with getting new members, but you'll have to train them first before sending them here. How could you just send them here? Shaw. Timmons, the director with a neutral stance, grumbled as well. He did not care about who was in the right and who was in the wrong. All he was concerned about was that these newbies had affected his shoot. You guys? You'll be the death of me. Gary was furious. However, since they were brought here by Zoe, he did not dare to comment too much. Zoe bit her lip. She knew that this was no simple matter and these newcomers were simply unlucky. Niall and the others used Helena as an excuse to vent their frustration. She had to admit that that was a powerful move. It was the perfect excuse. The Protector Chapter 443. Mr. Wade, we're going on strike. This isn't fair at all. Niall protested. Gary consoled him, Niall, please calm down. This is a small matter. How can we calm down? You've already pushed us so far. If you're unhappy, just fire us. Yvonne snarled. Zoe asked, what are your terms? Niall smirked, someone's quick on the uptake. Winnie, tell them our terms. Winnie looked Zoe in the eye and began, Ms. Lopez, if you want us to continue to work, you have to be sincere about it. Well? How much do you want? Zoe had seen this coming. They will definitely ask for an increase in pay. Winnie held up 3 fingers and demanded, we want triple the pay for all 7 films with the 10 actors involved. Otherwise, we will continue going on strike. Boom. Gary was stunned. Triple the pay. That's 50 million. The budget for the 7 movies combined was 50 million already. Yet, they were demanding for all 50 million to go to the cast. Have they gone mad? Director Timmons inhaled sharply. That's outrageous. However, they were in no position to bargain. The Oriental Star Group's entertainment business only survived because of these 10 actors and actresses. If they left, the entertainment business would crumble. They were severely disadvantaged and had nothing to bargain with. Wait, can we? Gary tried to negotiate. Niall interrupted him, triple. I won't be taking a cent less. Helena and the others were perplexed. Because of them, Oriental Star Group was now in a crisis. Zoe, you're new to this place, so you don't know how important we are. Oriental Star Group only made it to the top of Northampton because of us. Why else? Will Gary listen to our every demand? Yvonne declared fearlessly. Gary hung his head and did not say anything in response. They're right. These 10 people are our source of income. We need to take good care of them. Niall sneered, not only that. If you want this matter to be resolved, I want the rights to deal with the 2 of them as well. He then pointed at Helena and Maurice. Helena was a beauty that he had set his sights upon. Meanwhile, Maurice had attempted to defy him. He would not let him off easily. Gary pleaded softly, Ms. Lopez, please agree to their terms. Even if we make a loss here, we need to keep them. Niall looked at Zoe smugly. Give us a day to reconsider. I'll give you a reply tomorrow. Zoe decided. All right. A day off today then. With that, Niall and the others left. Maurice, Helena, and the others ran towards Zoe and apologized, Ms. Lopez. We're sorry. This all happened because of us. It's not your fault. This would have happened anyway, Zoe assured them. Meanwhile, Levi, who was in the office, heard of this matter from Helena. He immediately looked Zoe up. Why are you hesitating? Fire them all. How hard is it to hire a new star? Levi scorned. Under Levi's encouragement, Zoe called Niall and the other actors' managers and said, let me inform you that you've been fired. The Protector Chapter 444. When they received the call from Zoe, Winnie and the other managers had a smug look on their faces. They had not expected Zoe to fire them. Impossible. What did you say? Repeat yourself. Winnie nearly dropped her phone onto the floor. Let me repeat myself then. Niall, Yvonne, and the other 8 actors have been fired by the company. Zoe roared. TCH, don't regret this, Zoe. Winnie had an icy expression. I won't regret it. Get the paperwork done and leave. Oriental Star Group doesn't welcome you. When Zoe finally hung up, she felt immense satisfaction. She had finally gotten a weight off her chest. What? Zoe actually fired us? That's impossible. Niall and the others were fuming when they heard this. How dare Zoe fire us? In the past, they had acted arrogantly because they were the Oriental Star Group's pillars of support. They were sure that Zoe would not dare to fire them. Yet, the result was not as they had expected. Tell that to Gary. I'll make sure she regrets it. Niall instructed with his eyes narrowed. Yvonne smiled, just wait. Sooner or later, Zoe will beg us to return. When Gary and the upper management of the company found out about this, they confronted Zoe. Ms. Lopez, you can't do this. Zoe was adamant, give up. I've already made my decision. Please rethink your decision. Without these 10 people, Oriental Star Group's entertainment business is a goner. We owe our viewership to them. Gary pleaded between tears. That's right. The loss is too great. The moment they leave, the 7 movies. We've planned our toast. We'll lose 50 million. That's right. We'll lose all of our contracts in the entertainment business. The others tried to highlight the severity of the issue. At this point in time, Levi laughed. What do you mean? The show must go on. We'll just get another actor. You're not from the industry, so you wouldn't understand. The advertising had already been done and the movies will only earn money because of their popularity. If you change the cast, you'll still lose money. Gary spat angrily. Hee, perhaps I'm not from this industry, but from the point of view of the audience, the quality of the movie matters the most. If the movie is entertaining, it will spread through word of mouth and definitely sell well. In fact, movies that star famous actors have been losing a lot of money. Levi defended himself. Gary and the others were speechless. That is indeed the case. Nowadays, the movies to be screened in cinemas no longer hired actors who had a large fan base. The poor quality of the movies often resulted in losses. Most of the movies that starred these internet celebrities were online movies which targeted fans with a hit-and-run policy. You'll definitely earn money from the fans by hiring celebrities to act, but your reputation will only get worse. Without good reviews, it'll eventually be toast. Levi continued. Gary sighed. Levi was right. The first movie would earn the greatest revenue, but the rest will have diminishing profits. There would be an increase in the number of complaints online as well. In essence, if the quality of the movie were bad, the fans would no longer watch them to support their idols. The Protector Chapter 445. March 5, 2021 by Chapter Novel. How about this? Zoe, the 4 people I've recommended have good acting skills. Get a few good actors and let them be the lead actors instead. That way, we'll be saving a lot since we're not paying the celebrities. We can spend that money on special effects and other scenes. Other than that, we'll increase the commission for the directors, scriptwriters, and editors. If we focus on quality for these 7 movies, I don't believe that they won't sell. Levi declared. Zoe felt that it made sense and agreed, all right, we'll do it as you say. Gary agreed with Levi's proposal but hesitated. We've already announced the cast for these movies. If we change the cast at the last minute, there'll be a lot of protests. That's a good opportunity. The fact that there's protests would mean that many people pay attention to this. We're using new actors without any fame, so this will pique the attention of the audience. The advertising team can just create some hype for this movie. When the movie airs, will become popular through word of mouth and the movie will definitely sell. Levi explained. Jerry's eyes lit up. Mr. Garrison, you're a sharp man. Although Neal and the others left, we can use their popularity to hype up our new movies. Levi nodded. Just go ahead and do it. Nurture a few new stars and I'll try my best to advertise the movie when it screens. Meanwhile, Neal and the others were still waiting for Zoe to apologize. When Gary arrived, he declared sternly, "This is the official statement. All of you are fired. Leave now." Hey! Neal was perplexed. Gary came to fire us? What's wrong with him? Gary, have you gone mad? If we leave, what will happen to the 7 movies? What will happen to Oriental Star Group? Neal and the others spat furiously. Gary was livid as well. After all, he had let these people lord over him for such a long time. He scoffed, "All of you are cancer to Oriental. If you stay, then we truly are finished. As for these 7 movies, we've already found replacements for all of you. Gary glanced at Helena and Maurice, who were trembling with fear. Maurice, Helena, you'll be the main lead. Helena and the others were bewildered. What a roller coaster ride! Earlier, we just got ourselves in trouble. Moments later, we're suddenly the lead of a movie. With a budget of 50 million. Ha ha ha, Niall, Yvonne, and the others burst out in laughter. Gary, have you gone mad? You're getting these newbies to act in a 50 million movie? How will you secure your box office? You'll definitely lose everything. Idiot. To these artists, getting newbies to act in such a movie is absolutely impossible. Without our fame and fanbase, they'll definitely make a loss. Haha, let's leave. We'll just watch them struggle. Don't beg us to come back. When that happens. With that, Niall, Yvonne, and the other 8 artists left promptly. Gary was nervous as well. After all, no one had dared to try such a plan before. The road ahead was full of unknowns, and if they had made the wrong bet, Oriental Star Group would be a goner. After leaving Oriental Star Group, the 10 artists immediately got a contract under Shanks Entertainment under the Suarez family. The news quickly spread across the entire Northampton. They regretted it. Gary and the others had regretted it after all. Even Zoe started to wonder if she had made the wrong call. They had essentially sent their aces to their competitors for free. They would use them to deal a huge blow to Oriental Star Group. Oriental is full of idiots. Especially Zoe. Oriental Star Group will be mine sooner or later. Zachary was unbelievably excited. He suddenly felt that he had overestimated Zoe this whole time. The Protector Chapter 446. Ha ha ha, next, we'll create 7 online films to air at the same time as their movies. I'll have them wallowing in regret. Sure, no problem. We'll put in our best effort and destroy Oriental Star Group. Niall and the others looked forward to it. How about this? We know their script, so let's create 7 movies with similar content as well. Zachary was bent on destroying Oriental Star Group. Good idea, President Suarez. If the content is similar, we'll take up all the viewership. Their films are full of newbies, so no one will watch them. Their 50 million will go down the drain. After that, we can sue them for copyright. They'll be a goner. Yvonne suggested. Zachary smiled, you're more devious than I am. We copied their ideas and are even suing them for copyright. Ha ha ha. We'll wait for the downfall of Oriental Star Group. All of them laughed maniacally. That was no time for regrets. Since she had already made such a decision, Zoe would have to do her best to make it happen. She assembled the cast, directors, screenwriters, and producers for a meeting. I'll triple your pay for these 7 movies. If the film succeeds, I'll give you a bonus as well. Levi suggested. Sean and the others were extremely motivated by that. It was useless to give a motivational speech or anything like that. Money was the most reliable motivator. If you paid them well, they would help you earn more revenue. Ms. Lopez, Mr. Garrison, relax. We will take this seriously. Furthermore, I've decided to change these 7 movies into 2. We will release the best quality films in the shortest time frame possible, Sean declared. To begin with, these 7 movies had never focused on quality. There were 7 of them so that they could scam the fans of 7 times the money. They focused on quantity rather than quality. However, this was different. With sufficient funds and support, they could produce a film of good quality. The screenwriter, Sylvester Zaldiek, nodded, Alright, I'll improve the script too. Keep the audience hooked throughout. Alright, we can guarantee the special effects. Back then, the funds were all spent on the cast and we barely got enough money to do it well. Now that we have sufficient funds, this is no problem. The special effects team nearly burst out in laughter. That was the first time in decades they had so many funds. Several millions worth of funds on special effects, that was something they had previously never dreamed of having. I will make sure everything runs smoothly, so don't worry, Ms. Lopez, the producer assured her. The young cast knew that this was a rare opportunity, so it was a given that they would do their best. The production of the movie was set. The only problem left would be advertising. The advertising team had already started to work on promoting the movie, but Helena and the others were completely new actors. It would be hard to maintain the hype. Never mind, let's focus on finishing the movie first. Levi smiled. He had predicted that Zachary would steal their content as well, so he had recommended for the drama team to lock up all information such that he would have no idea what they were filming. After Zoe heeded his suggestions, there was no news from Zachary. Humph. So what if they film in secret? We already know the script of all 7 movies. Zachary scoffed. Shanks Entertainment continued to film the 7 movies as they had previously planned. The Protector Chapter 447. At this point in time, Shanks Entertainment was gaining popularity in North Hampton. The change of company by Neal and the others was a hot topic. The audience and fans looked forward to the movies produced by Neal and the others for Shanks Entertainment. As the days passed, the Morris Group and Rogers family progressed greatly as usual. However, the business in the city was not doing badly either. In the short time span of 1 month, they've bought over several enterprises and finally got a taste of profit. Business in Northampton was great. It was the top economy in Quebec after all. This was coupled with the fact that there was no regulation on their extreme measures. Hence, they decided to take things up a notch. More and more people moved into Northampton to get a piece of this pie. The Suarez family was a notable example. Zachary had entered to test the waters and lead the way for his father and uncles. The Lopez family was progressing in secret as well, taking advantage of Harry's influence. In this month, Scott had been checking on the background of the Morris Group. It was no easy task, so it took an entire month. Godfather, as of now, we aren't able to find out who is backing them. Moving forward, we'll have to wait for the search results from the dark web. After that, we can make a move on the Morris Group. Fernand reported. The so-called dark web referred to sites which specialized in intelligence in the dark web. These websites had a membership system, and there were less than 100 members in the entire Arudaya. In the entire Quebec, only Scott was a member. Other than him, no one else could gain intel from the dark web. All right. Tell Lopez to be prepared. I'm ready to take down the Morris Group. Scott replied plainly while fiddling with the prayer beads in his hand. Throughout the course of the month, the Oriental Star Group worked overtime to finish the 2 high-quality films. Helena and the others did not disappoint and displayed all their skills. They were truly skilled actors and actresses. These are the 2 most perfect movies I've filmed. Sean sighed. The other crew members were excited as well due to the sheer quality of these movies. No other movies could compare. On the other hand, the Suarez family's Shanks Entertainment filmed all 7 movies in that 1 month. The content was shabby and the quality was mediocre. However, Neal, Yvonne, and other famous actors were starring in them. There were a lot of pre-booked Tickets from fans, amounting to a total of 400,000 in revenue. Coupled with the fact that they had done their advertising in full force, they expected the total number of pre-bookings to total 1 million. Nihal and Yvonne scoffed, "Let's destroy the entire Oriental Star Group." Both movies had already been sent to the national radio and television administration for a screening. As long as they passed the screening, they would be able to start airing immediately. Shanks Entertainment had bought over all the main pages of major streaming sites. To them, the cost was no issue. They simply wanted to drive Oriental Star Group out of business. What should we do about advertising? All these proposals are no good. Zoe expressed her dissatisfaction with the proposals given to her. That was why there was no hype for the two movies up to that point. The only news about those movies was how Nihal and the others had flamed Oriental Star Group. "Let me handle it," Levi requested. He had plans for advertising. "I'll leave it to you, then." Zoe had a fair amount of confidence when it came to Levi. The following day, the headlines read, "Oriental Star Group's 7 newest movies had copied content from Shanks Entertainment." The news spread across the entire Northampton. The Protector Chapter 448. For the past month, Oriental Star Group and Shanks Entertainment had been exchanging blows. Now that such a thing had happened, everyone was shocked. These 7 movies were copied? Has Oriental Star Group gone mad? The one who reported such news had even listed evidence. He did a side-by-side comparison of the plots of the 7 movies. Anyone could tell that it had been copied. To the fans, the screenwriters used were Yvonne and Nihal's private screenwriters, and did not belong to Oriental Star Group. After they were fired, they had become a part of Shanks Entertainment. Hence, to them, the Oriental Star Group's 7 movies were all copied. The net was suddenly bustling with people criticizing the Oriental Star Group. This was especially so for the fans of the 10 artists who had left Oriental Star Group. Some fans had already organized protests on the internet attacking Oriental Star Group. They were prepared to stop at nothing to drive Oriental Star Group's entertainment business out of business. The relevant departments had even formed an investigation team and prepared to look into this. The Oriental Star Group was shocked by this. "That's playing dirty." Gary slammed the table. "I know, right? They copied our script and now they're accusing us? How despicable," the other executives spat. They were enraged as well. Zoe laughed. "Levi, you're so smart. You predicted their moves up to this point. Do they honestly think that they can sue us for copyright? How naive. We're airing 2 movies instead of 7, and the content is greatly different." Gary was excited. "I can't wait to see their faces when they see our movies." Levi had a glint in his eyes, and here we were worrying about advertising. Let's leave the internet be about the copyright issue. The more they attack us, the better. This will be free advertising for our movie. Zoe's eyes lit up. Levi is a genius in finance and business. "All right, I'll get straight to it." Levi added, "Release the news that Oriental Star Group's movies will be airing soon. Don't give away any titles or information. Just keep it as mysterious as possible." "All right, got it." The news of Oriental Star Group's film being aired in all major streaming sites had spread soon. For some unknown reason, the media started attacking them more heavily. All major mass media, blogs, and news channels were filled with criticisms. It was as though they were going to force Oriental Star Group out of business entirely. That was brutal of them. That's a few dozen times worse than what we had expected. Have we stirred up a public outrage? Nihal, Zachary, and the others were excited. Oriental Star Group would soon crumble and Zachary would be able to purchase it at a low price. Yvonne analyzed this calmly and felt skeptical. Why do I feel that something is amiss? The attacks on Oriental Star Group seemed to have increased tenfold, as though someone was behind it. You worry too much. It's just because the Oriental Star Group was accused of copyright. Soon, the investigation group will take action. Niall replied. Yvonne bit her lip. I sure hope I'm overthinking things. You definitely are. It must have been the people I've planted to attack the Oriental Star Group. Furthermore, I've talked to the leader of the investigation team. They'll be able to delay the release of Oriental Star Group's screening by a week, Zachary added. The Protector Chapter 449. Haha, our movie will be airing in 3 days. By the time their movie airs, we'd have already stolen the entire market. They won't get a single cent. Niall quipped excitedly. The others looked forward to it as well. The following day, the National Radio and Television Administration and related agencies formed an investigation team and headed to Oriental Star Group. We're the investigation team. We've received a public complaint that the movie you're about to air has copyright issues. Get your boss here. Johnny Learns, the head of the investigation team, demanded emotionlessly. In the meeting room, Zoe, Gary, and the others had arrived shortly. Zoe Lopez, was it? Your movie was accused of copyright infringement and we have sufficient evidence. How would you like to defend yourself? Johnny demanded as he passed a thick stack of evidence over. Zoe did not bother looking at that so-called evidence. The others were calm as well, as though nothing had happened. This made Johnny infuriated. Bam! Johnny slammed the table and got up. Why? Are you proud of the fact that your work is copied? Are you happy that you've violated copyright laws? No wonder everyone says the Oriental Star Group is a lousy enterprise. I've finally seen it for myself. Johnny bellowed. Deep inside, he was laughing. Before this, Zachary had instructed him to stir up as much trouble as possible. This made things a lot easier for him. Oriental East Group. What's the meaning of this? Can't you see that we're angry? Why are you laughing? The other members of the investigation team were fuming as well. Johnny pointed at Zoe and demanded, I order you to pass me a copy of your film now. I'll investigate it. Zoe chuckled, I'm sorry, the film has been sent to the National Radio and Television Administration for screening. Now, the film is top secret and no one has the right to order me to give it away. Bullshit. I'm the leader of the investigation team. How dare you ignore me? Johnny spat. Tell the related departments to delay the screening of Oriental Star Group's movie by at least 2 weeks. Johnny instructed. Got it. Johnny then turned to Zoe. Zoe Lopez, I'll ask you this one last time. Will you cooperate with the investigation? Otherwise, I'll decide that you're guilty of copyright. When that happens, you'll be blacklisted, your reputation will be ruined, and you'll have to pay the penalty. Zoe laughed, I didn't copy anything. Do whatever you want. You, Johnny was bursting with rage. How can the Oriental Star Group be so calm? It's like they don't care at all. Have they given up? Very well then, Johnny sneered. Since you refuse to cooperate with the investigation, I'll hereby conclude the investigation. Oriental Star Group is charged with infringement of copyright. Below are the penalties. Firstly, the entertainment business of Oriental Star Group shall be shut down for half a month. Secondly, the movie shall be modified and its airing delayed. Third, a fine of 10 million. Finally, the person in charge will have to make a public apology. Gary and the others' faces fell. They did not expect the investigation team to deem them guilty of infringement of copyright directly. Even if they had not copied anything, they would not be able to screen those two movies. At this point in time, Levi dialed a number. Hello? Aurora, I need you to contact the person in charge of the National Radio and Television Administration in Northampton. The Protector Chapter 450. Now that Levi had a personal secretary, Aurora, his work became a lot smoother. Aurora immediately contacted the man in charge of the National Radio and Television Administration in Northampton, Colin Shanks. She then told him everything. Colin got the shock of his life. He set aside all of his work and brought his men to the Oriental Star Group. The Oriental Star Group conference room was filled with dead silence. Many had a worried expression while Johnny was smug. How's that? Do you still refuse to cooperate? To tell you the truth, I decide whether your movie gets to air or not. If you have a better attitude, perhaps I'll reconsider my decision. Johnny kept dropping hints. He had already received a bribe from Zachary, so he wanted to get some benefits from the Oriental Star Group as well. Everyone in the National Radio and Television Administration knew that this was a part of the competition between two companies. It was not necessarily the case that Oriental Star Group was copying them. Johnny was no exception. He knew that this investigation team was just a sham. Since he could get some benefits out of it, he would try to milk them as much as possible. He would side with whoever paid him more. Sir, what do you mean by that? I'm a little slow, so you need to explain it in simpler terms, Levi requested. Johnny smiled. Stop feigning ignorance. Well then, let me make this clear. I alone decide whether you guys are copying or not. As long as you guys make me happy, I can choose the fate of your movie. Johnny learns, how dare you? The door to the conference was slammed open. Colin and the other executives of the National Radio and Television Administration burst in. Hey? Sir, why are you here? I can't possibly trouble you for such a trivial affair. Johnny and the rest of the investigation team said. If I didn't come, you'd be a disgrace to the entire National Radio and Television Administration. Colin spat. What do you mean by that? Johnny was perplexed. I've heard everything you said earlier. Colin roared. Johnny hurriedly attempted to cover it up. That was a misunderstanding. I was scaring the Oriental Star Group. I had no choice since they refused to cooperate with the investigations. Wrong. You're completely wrong. Colin glared at him. Hey? Who's in the wrong, sir? What's wrong? Johnny and the others were perplexed. Why should the Oriental Star Group cooperate with you if they haven't copied anything? This entire matter is absurd. Sir, please be clearer. I don't understand at all. Colin threw the script at Johnny and bellowed, take a look at this. Copyright? Shanks Entertainment made 7 movies, but Oriental Star Group only made 2. Can you even count? Look at the content. It's completely different and it's much better than Shanks Entertainment's movies. Johnny immediately understood after seeing the scripts. Zachary didn't get the situation clear at all. He didn't know what Oriental Star Group was filming and accused them of copyright infringement. So that's why Oriental Star Group filmed in secret. They didn't want others to know what they were filming. Johnny learns, you and your investigation team did not investigate based on facts and carelessly believed others, causing misjudgment. All of you are suspended for 3 months without pay. We'll settle things based on your future performance. The Protector Chapter 451. Colin Shanks immediately doled out the punishment. What? Johnny Learns and his gang grew infuriated. We didn't get a single cent, but we still need to be suspended without pay for 3 months? Isn't this a huge loss to us? But this guy is someone powerful, so what can we do? Additionally, 2 movies from the Oriental Star Group have passed the audit. We'll start showing them after 3 days. Colin announced. Meanwhile, the higher UPS from the audit department exclaimed, "We've never seen such a well-produced movie. This will be a huge hit." Zoe and her colleagues breathed a sigh of relief. The person in charge of the National Radio and Television Administration grinned and said, "Ms. Lopez, are you happy with this result?" However, Colin stared at Levi, who stood by the side. "I'm pretty satisfied. Mr. Shanks really is amazing." Zoe smiled and said. "It's all right." Levi answered. "Phew." Colin breathed a sigh of relief. It doesn't matter if anyone else isn't pleased with the results, only her opinion matters. Shanks Entertainment received the news in no time. Meanwhile, Johnny's investigation came to a dead end because he couldn't delay the release of the Oriental Star Group's films. They needed to release their movies 3 days later. Useless. You can't even do a simple task like this. Zachary Suarez was irate. Neil Zander grinned. "It's fine, Mr. Suarez. We already achieved the effect we wanted. They will definitely lose to us when our movies are released concurrently." "That's right. The movie's contents are identical, so they will definitely watch ours instead. Besides that, I already bought a lot of spots on the recommendations list on streaming websites. On the other hand, the viewers can't find their movies. Even if they wanted to. How can they possibly compete with us?" Zachary was confident. Their promotions undoubtedly completely overshadowed Oriental Star Group's efforts. Besides that, the plagiarism accusations plaguing the Oriental Star Group doomed them. That was what Zoe and the gang were the most worried about. "We contacted most of the streaming websites just now. They said that there weren't any spots left in the recommendations list on the main page and even the sub-pages, because they have all been bought by Shanks Entertainment. It will spell disaster for us if this continues. Our movie qualities are good, but the viewers can't even find it." Zoe sounded frustrated as she spoke. Levi stroked her hair. "Honey, forget about the promotions for now. Things will get better as time passes. When they compare our movies with theirs, our movies' reputations will soar. Besides that, we are still popular from the plagiarism accusations. Everyone is waiting to compare our movies to see if we copied them. Ha ha ha. You're right. Our haters are our fans as well. They'll probably turn into real fans when they watch our movies." Zoe chuckled. Levi flashed an indecipherable smile. "Besides that, I still have some tricks up my sleeve I can use after the movies get released." The day everyone was waiting for finally arrived. It was 8 p.m. 7 movies from Shanks Entertainment were released at the same time on 4 major streaming sites. They hogged all the spots on the recommendations list on the main pages. The first thing one would see if they opened the streaming website was advertisements about their movies. As their popularity soared, a few million people were waiting expectantly for their release. They all rushed to watch it when they came out. The reviews quickly came pouring in. Terrible. All 7 movies are terrible. The acting, special effects, and plot are terrible. Everything's terrible. There's nothing redeemable about it. Apart from a few good reviews by some fans, the rest of the viewers gave bad reviews. The average score for all 7 movies was only 6.7. Oh, right. Isn't the Oriental Star Group's movie plagiarized from somewhere? I think it got released today too. Let's go watch it. Everyone started to search for the Oriental Star Group's movies. The Protector Chapter 452. In the Shanks Entertainment's president's office. Niall, Zachary, and a few other people were present. They all looked displeased as they watched the real-time box office results. Niall snorted. It seems like the audience isn't that gullible anymore. The manager, Winnie, said, "That's right. Viewers nowadays tend to care more about the content of the movie. Movies rarely cast young, handsome men now. Focusing on production quality is important." Niall chuckled. "Yes. That is why we need to take this opportunity to scam the dumbass fans' money." Yvonne Wren agreed with that statement. "That's right. The fans are stupid and easy to scam. We need to hurry up and make more movies of this kind. Once the dumbass realize what's going on, they won't be so easy to scam anymore. If their fans heard what they said, they would probably blow up in rage." "Oh, aren't the Oriental Star Group's movies being released as well? How are they doing?" Zachary couldn't help but ask. Niall chuckled. "I tried searching them in the streaming websites just now, but I still can't find them. They're destined to fail. Even though our movies are trash, we are hogging all the spots in the recommendations lists. They can't possibly succeed." Yvonne chuckled coldly. "President Shorts said he found their movies. They only have 2 of them, not 7. The assistant showed Niall the tablet. "Haha. Are they afraid of cutting a loss? They only filmed 2 movies, and who the F are the main actors? I haven't even heard of them. They should be prepared that their movies will become a box office bomb." Zachary guffawed as he played the movie. After about 3 years, the netizens finished watching the 2 Oriental Star Group's movies. Can those who already watched the movies tell us if it's good or not? Some netizens were eager but afraid to watch the movies. They were scared the movies might turn out horrible. "It's amazing. It really is super good. This is the most well-produced movie I've ever watched. The plot is well thought out, the art is tasteful, the pacing is appropriate, the special effects are perfect, and the acting was superb. I give 5 stars out of 5. This movie is showing in the cinemas. It's so amazing. I need to watch it again." Good reviews started to appear all over the internet. The netizens regarded the Oriental Star Group's 2 movies as masterpieces. Furthermore, the ones who gave good reviews weren't fans. They were the ones who had lambasted Oriental Star Group before for plagiarism. They had watched the movies just because of the scandal. When the higher UPS in the Oriental Star Group saw the good reviews and the rising popularity of the 2 movies, they breathed a sigh of relief. "Well done, Levi, you're amazing." Zoe hugged Levi. Cough cough. Levi coughed out of embarrassment. Zoe's face immediately flushed red because Gary Wade and the others were in the office. She had been so excited she forgot that they weren't alone. Levi chuckled. "Let's officially start our promotions. Try to generate as much public attention as possible, including doing what Niall did before. In short, do everything you can to promote the movies." "All right." The higher UPS were excited. Judging by how things were progressing, the 2 movies might generate more revenue than they have ever imagined. "I still have a trump card. I'll use it tonight." Levi chuckled. "I'll be looking forward to it." Levi grinned. "Besides that, the people in charge of those streaming websites will start knocking on our doors soon enough. The Protector Chapter 453. What? I can't believe their movies are this good. Even I was engrossed. Zachary seemed genuinely entertained after they finished watching the movies. Nihal, Ivan, and the rest were anxious. How are their movies so good? Look at how their popularity is booming. I can't find a single bad review. Even though they're not on the recommendations list, they're one of the top 10 most popular movies right now. Their popularity is still rising too. What now? Should we do something about it? The artists were as anxious and as nervous as cats. The fact that the Oriental Star Group's movies were spectacular was a huge embarrassment to them. More importantly, the main actors were the rookies that they've seen before. How are they so good at acting? This made them feel indignant. Their manager, Winnie, sighed. She was good at judging the current consumers' needs. People like Nihal are more suited to join variety shows or just become a public figure. Acting in movies requires actual acting skills, which they lack. Oriental Star Group's 2 movies' popularity was rising in streaming websites. I get it now. The fact that Shanks Entertainment said that Oriental Star plagiarized their movies is a whole ruse to sabotage them. You have 7 movies and they only have 2, how dare you accuse them of plagiarism? Yet, can your 7 terrible movies be compared to their 2 masterpieces? How shameless can they get? Everyone listen to me. Don't watch those terrible movies anymore. Go and watch the Oriental Star Group's 2 movies instead. They really are good. An intense discussion sparked in the comments section of the 7 movies starred by Nihal and the rest. While everyone was lambasting the 7 movies, everyone went to watch Oriental Star Group's 2 movies instead. Furthermore, the Oriental Star Group's publicity team reignited the discussion about the plagiarism accusations to hype the movie up even more. They then brought up the incident where Nihal and his gang had acted all high and mighty and quit their jobs. There was even video proof about how Nihal had splashed Horace Engler with water, and how he had beaten Maurice Lorraine up. The netizens were enraged when they caught hold of the news, and they started to lambast artists like Nihal and Ivan. Even their fans started to attack them. Nihal Zander, UBD. Give me back my effing money. This bastard only knows how to scam people. He can't even act. What a piece of trash. Helena Engler is my idol from now on. Yvonne Wren can get lost. Pigs like Nihal Zander don't deserve to be artists. I'm gonna be Maurice Lorraine's fan from now on. He's so handsome and so good at acting. After that incident, Shanks Entertainment not only suffered a major loss, Nihal and the other actors and actresses' reputations were tarnished as well. In no time, everyone knew that Shanks Entertainment's 7 movies were horrible. No one bothered to watch them anymore. The only ones watching them right now were the ones who wanted to lambast them. On the other hand, Oriental Star Group's 2 movies rose in popularity even though they weren't on the recommendations list. They quickly took the first and second spot in the popularity rankings. Bang! Crack! Zachary was so furious that he smashed the tablet on the floor. Nihal and his colleagues had thunderous expressions as they fell silent. At that moment, Zachary received a phone call. Hello, President Shorts, I am a representative from Penguin Films. I'm here to inform you that your films have been kicked off the recommendations list. Hello, President Shorts, I am a representative of Kiwi Films. I'm here to inform you that your company's 7 movies reviews were too bad, so we took it off the recommendations list. Hello, President Shorts, I am a representative from Cool. Your movies are not gaining enough revenue, so we're planning to take them off the recommendations list. The Protector Chapter 454. Zachary felt despondent when he received the calls. He had never thought the major streaming sites would call him one after another, to inform them that they would remove the 7 movies from the recommendations lists. Eventually, none of the movies they produced were left on the recommendation lists. All 7 movies were replaced by the 2 movies from the Oriental Star Group. Those 2 movies dominated the main page of the streaming websites. Furthermore, Zachary had spent about $50 million to buy the spots on the recommendation lists, while the major streaming sites had offered the same thing to the 2 movies from the Oriental Star Group of their own volition without requesting any form of payment. The popularity of the 2 movies continued to rise. Zoe beamed brightly when she saw the real-time box office results. The production costs of the movie were $200 million, they gained that much revenue in just 6 hours. This broke the box office records of all the major streaming sites. It was originally estimated that it would take about 1 week for the movie to offset the costs. It's time to use the trump card. Levi chuckled. Not long after, the superstars from Arudaya, Zach Copeland and Yildiz Amora, started their promotions at the same time. Up next, I would like to recommend 2 movies, they are absolutely awesome. I guarantee that with my honor. If you don't like it, I can refund you your membership fees. Zach Copeland, promise you that. 20 of the country's A-list stars stated to promote the Oriental Star Group's movies together, and its popularity boomed once again. The members they gained exceeded 50 million, and they were about to reach the 100 million members milestone. Furthermore, all the major media companies started to give coverage to those movies as well. The 2 movies were considered the pinnacle of the film industry. The industry experts were excited as well. Everyone started to guess how much the movies would gain in revenue in a month. 1 billion is probably a piece of cake. Can they reach 2 billion? A box office result like that used to be reserved for movies traditionally shown in cinemas. But movies streaming online managed to achieve such a spectacular result. It's unbelievable. However, while some rejoiced, some suffered. For example, Shanks Entertainment was one of those who were in a tough spot. The negative influence from the public opinion about the movie itself was overwhelming. That caused a lot of investors to revoke their funding. Their artists started to terminate their contracts as well. In no time, a crisis befell the company, something Zachary had not been expecting. After all, the Shank family's venture into the entertainment industry was their most successful one. Yet now, everything was crumbling apart in just 1 month. Zachary's father, uncle, and grandfather all called to berate him. Useless pieces of trash. You can't even act. Why are you even acting? What were you effing doing? Zachary vented his rage at Niall, Yvonne, and the rest of the actors. Slap! Slap! He slapped them forcefully, they didn't dare to say anything. Get lost! Get the hell away from here! Give me back your salaries! I'll kill whoever wants to keep the money! Zachary flailed around furiously and chased all the people out. When the actors stepped outside, Niall discussed something with his team and manager. We never thought something like this would happen. We can't stay in Shanks Entertainment anymore. The manager, Winnie, replied, yet. Your reputations are heavily tarnished. We can't keep doing this anymore. How about we go back to Oriental Star Group? Yvonne asked anxiously, can we really do that? Sigh. They will definitely be angry, but no matter what happens, we can still bring profits to them. I don't think they won't take us back. Winnie said. Niall nodded. That's right. After all, we were the most important artists there. They don't even have anyone else except for us. And those rookies? They are not even experienced. The Protector Chapter 455. We shouldn't have left. We would have executed the direction of those films much better. Our wealth and reputation would have increased as well. Let's go back and get those guys to plan something for us, Yvonne said coldly. She had a feeling Helena and Maurice were popular only because the movie itself was good. The next morning, Ms. Lopez, Niall Zanders, and Yvonne Wren's managers want to meet you. Gary Wade approached her and said, "All right. Let them in." A posse of people showed up in the office in no time. "Ms. Lopez, we were foolish. We've made a mistake. Please forgive us." The manager, Winnie, said. Zoe smiled. "It's all right. You all just wanted to go to a better company. They really are stronger than us. We really made a mistake. We hope to rejoin your company now. After all, we were once a team, and we know each other well." Winnie smiled. At that moment, Levi suddenly appeared and mocked, "How shameless can you get? Didn't you say we will regret our actions? What happened then? Are you here to get a taste of our wealth now that our movies became popular?" Niall and the rest felt indignant, but they still needed to keep their tempers in check. After all, they were the ones asking for a favor. Niall stared at Zoe and asked, "Ms. Lopez, can you tell us what we should do to rejoin your company?" Zoe was about to say something when Levi interrupted her. "Rejoining Oriental Star is a piece of cake. You just need to show us how sincere you are. How about kneeling here for 6 hours? It shouldn't be that tough, right? You." Niall was about to lose his temper before Winnie stopped him. "All right. We agree with that. I hope you keep your promise as well." "Yeah. I promise." Levi guaranteed. Thud. Thud. Niall and the rest kneeled on the ground. That pleased everyone. After all, Niall and his gang had bullied them for the longest time. They kneeled for 6 whole hours, and Niall was utterly embarrassed. Phew. He exhaled sharply and smiled coldly. "All right, we've kneeled for 6 hours. Already. I hope you keep your end of the promise." "What promise?" Zoe asked. "Didn't you say that if we kneeled down for 6 hours you would let us rejoin the Oriental Star Group?" Niall almost shouted. Zoe smiled. "Go and look for the one who promised you that. The man beside you just now promised us that. Why are you eating your words right now?" Niall tried his best to suppress his anger. "I'm so sorry. That guy isn't even an employee from our company." "Did you really just do whatever he said?" Gary chuckled. "Ha ha ha, everyone else laughed too. Did you trick us?" Niall and his team soon realized that they had been fooled. "We are not responsible for that. You haven't seen that guy before, have you?" Niall exchanged a horrified glance with his team because they knew she made sense. They had indeed never seen him before. "I'll kill you." Niall finally lost his temper. "Security, chase them out." The security guards kicked Niall and his team out of the building. Zachary hit a stump. He started to ask about what was happening in South City. At the same time, there were some news on the dark web today. Stepdad, the Morris Group's boss, doesn't have an interesting background, but he's very sly and methodical. That was how he managed to devastate Winston Gonzalez and his allies. Fernand Yates said. Scott stopped turning the prayer beads in his hand as he slowly opened his eyes. And said coldly, "All right. Let us begin now." The most prominent character in Quebec was about to make his move. The Protector Chapter 456. "Stepdad, I'll bring someone there." Fernand Yates volunteered himself. All right. Bring Bones, Titan, and Golem with you. The fact that they can handle the black and white guards signifies that they are pretty powerful. Scott Yates ordered. His 4 mighty generals were individually stronger than the black and white guards, so the fact that Scott dispatched 3 of them was a testament to his resolve. Fernand hesitated for a while before saying, "Stepdad. Bringing Typhoon along is out of the question. He's way too intent on killing. It took a lot of effort over the past few decades trying to tame him, so we can't afford to let him massacre everyone in Northampton," Scott said. The 4 mighty generals under Scott all had their own individual strengths. Bones was ruthless and apathetic. During a underground boxing battle where he had to face a few hundred opponents at once, he pulled someone's ribs out and used it as a weapon to kill everyone. Titan was exceptionally skilled in wrestling ever since he was young. Golem was like a beast because his body was as tough as steel. Normal weapons couldn't dent him. However, the strongest of them all was Typhoon. He had been raised by an assassin's organization ever since he was young. The organization adopted 100 orphans and made them fight and kill each other after a few years of training. Only the final child left standing had the right to enter the organization. Typhoon was the one who had killed all of his comrades and made it out alive. His murderous intent was overwhelming, and at least 700 people have been killed by him. Once his bloodlust was triggered, he couldn't be stopped. Scott was once captured during a war in Quebec's underground scene, and Typhoon had killed a few thousand people just to rescue him. He derived pleasure from murder, and he was quite literally the harbinger of death. That was why Scott wouldn't request his service unless it was necessary. Because Typhoon would cause a whole flurry of catastrophes. Besides, the 3 of them will be enough to handle the Morris group. I can't take responsibility for the consequences that might arise if we use Typhoon this time. Scott sighed. Fernand was incredulous. What? Stepdad, why do you have something you can't responsibility for? How is that possible? Have you forgotten who's in Northampton right now? Scott asked. Fernand's expression changed as he said in horror, "Are you referring to the god of war?" Yes. He will definitely turn a blind eye to the melee in Northampton, but if Typhoon went there and stirred up trouble, he might step out personally to deal with it. Scott was afraid of the god of war. Wow, Stepdad, you really are prudent. I never thought of that. I'll go to Northampton now in that case. Go and take care of that issue quickly. Keep a low profile. If things spiral out of control, I won't be able to help you anymore, Scott reminded him. When Fernand took his leave, a casually dressed, average-looking man appeared. He was the harbinger of death, Typhoon. He said, "I heard the god of war has a team called the 5 Great Wars Regiment, and they are all exceptional. I want to challenge them." Ha ha ha. Typhoon, what are you saying? We can't possibly offend them. Regardless of how strong we are still mortals, and they are gods. They can kill us with just a snap of their fingers. When Sebastian found out about Fernand's plans, he headed to Northampton. With Fernand. 3 mighty generals are here. I thought Mr. Yates would only send one of them with us. Sebastian was excited when he saw that Bones and the other 2 mighty generals were embarking on the same mission. He had thought only one of them was required to solve the problem. He had never expected Scott to send out 3 of them at once. This is a piece of cake. Morris Group will definitely be obliterated. Northampton, just you wait for the South City's ire. The Protector Chapter 457. Sebastian was excited when they arrived at Northampton. Zachary and his friends, who had received the news of their arrival beforehand, waited for them at the highway. "Mr. Yates, Sebastian, we are being oppressed by them ever since we came from South City. The people in Northampton kept bullying us because we didn't have anyone around, so it's great now that you're here. They can go screw themselves," Zachary said. Everyone started to exaggerate about what happened to them during their stay in Northampton, and that infuriated Sebastian and Fernand. On the surface, Fernand seemed poised and methodical, just like a sly fox. However, he was actually a ruffian. He had committed a lot of crimes and was cocky and arrogant. He just never showed that side of himself because Scott loomed over him at all times. Now that he came to Northampton and no one was here to control him anymore, he wanted to unleash his wild side. Humph! Underestimating the South City? They're digging their own graves! Fernand exclaimed furiously. "Mr. Yates, what should we do next?" Sebastian asked. "Didn't the Rogers family publicly support the Morris Group? We'll go to the Rogers family's residences in that case." A menacing glint flashed in Fernand's eyes. Meanwhile, in the Rogers family's house, the Rogers family was having dinner together. The Rogers family's wealth had boomed lately, their assets had already exceeded $100 billion in value. Even though they were just taking care of the money on behalf of Levi, they were still overjoyed by it. Bang! A loud bang could suddenly be heard as the dining room's door was kicked open. A large horde of men barged inside with menacing expressions on their faces. Glenn Rogers recognized a few of them. Sebastian and Simon among the others. However, Sebastian wasn't the main character today. They stood aside as a young man stepped forward. The young man looked docile and polite, yet the three people standing behind him were terrifying. Golem was 2 meters tall, he towered over everyone and everything. Moreover, Bones was emaciated to the point where his bones could be seen. His face was deathly pale. Titan's bald head was shiny, and he had a murderous expression on his face. The three of them had an oppressing aura, and the atmosphere was suddenly suffocating to everyone. Glenn knew Sebastian would never forgive him. That prospect seemed even more unlikely now. "Glenn Rogers, let me introduce them to you. This is the stepson of Scott Yates. From the South City, Fernand Yates." Sebastian grinned. "Scott Yates?" Glenn gaped in shock. "Isn't that the person rumored to oppress the entire Quebec area? Scott Yates? The most powerful figure in Quebec. Even people as powerful as Sebastian need to show that man respect." Didn't you say he's retired for 30 years already?" Glenn asked. Fernand smiled. "Thanks to the Morris Group, my stepfather came out of his retirement." "What? He came out of his retirement?" Glenn was so shocked he almost shrieked. "Yet. My stepfather said the Morris Group should be exterminated." Fernand then approached the dining table, sat down and smiled. "It looks delicious. Make me an extra portion." He was being cocky and rude. One of the younger people from the Rogers family snorted. "Get up! Who do you think you are? How dare you come to the Rogers family's territory and make a scene? Are you looking for trouble?" The Rogers family have been doing very well lately, and they were a powerful presence in Northampton. That was why they looked down on everyone, especially people who taunted them. Glenn was about to warn him, but it was already too late. Of course he doesn't know who Scott Yates is. Fernand didn't speak. Instead, he just glared at Franklin Rogers. "What are you staring at? Are you gonna beat me up?" Franklin shouted angrily. Bang! In the next moment, Titan suddenly swung a punch at Franklin's head. The Protector Chapter 458. Poof! Franklin was sent flying, and when he landed on the floor, blood flowed out of all of his orifices. He was undoubtedly dead. One punch from Titan was enough to make someone bleed profusely. Suddenly, the room was as silent as the dead. Who are you? How dare you kill my son? BDS. Franklin's father, Alexander, was furious. Something like this shouldn't happen in the Rogers family's territory. Alexander and his wife, Snow Wahlberg, pounced at them. Thud. Golem landed a kick on Alexander's head, causing everyone to be dumbstruck. On the other hand, Bones swung a punch as fast as lightning and felled Snow. At that moment, the Rogers family was petrified, and they didn't dare say anything anymore. Zachary and his friends, who had come along with Fernand, were mortified by the gory scene as well. They tried to stop themselves from puking when they saw that, and they finally understood how Scott Yates could rule over Quebec. They are absolutely merciless. Snow squirmed on the floor in pain, her shrieks lasting for a few minutes. They are Mr. Yates' three mighty generals: Bones, Titan, and Golem. Don't move. Glenn soon recognized who they were, and he started to perspire out of horror. Happy now? Fernand smiled and asked. The room immediately fell silent. No one dared to speak or doubt their power. Because they were the kind of people who killed without hesitation. Crossing them would only mean certain death. Where's my cutlery? Fernand asked. Go and get it. Glenn instructed. In no time, the cutlery was prepared. Everyone stood and watched. They trembled while Fernand ate. Come, eat. What are you doing? Fernand smirked. Glenn forced a smile. We already ate. We won't be joining you. Mr. Yates. Please enjoy your meal. Fernand looked up and scanned through the people present in the room, his gaze lingering on the women. Eating alone is so boring. Come and eat with me. Fernand stared at the women in the Rogers family and said. Sebastian and Simon knew Fernand was a pervert and that his tastes were very varied. He fancied all types of women, from 10-year-old girls to 40-year-old ladies. The women in the Rogers family were quite attractive, so they suited Fernand's taste. Mr. Yates, do you want us to accompany you? Glenn's voice wavered. Fernand's expression changed abruptly. Get lost. Do I look like I need a man to eat with me? Are you playing dumb or are you actually dumb? The Rogers family exchanged glances of apprehension because Fernand made it very clear what he wanted. He doesn't want a man, so that means he wants women, right? The Rogers family's women trembled out of fear. They realized Fernand probably didn't just want them to eat with him. He wanted to sleep with them as well. Anthony immediately said, Mr. Yates, you like pretty ladies, don't you? I'll arrange a few for you. You can have anyone you want, from celebrities to models. Northampton is famous for its ladies. Leo added, yeah. We can get any woman you fancy for you. The Protector Chapter 459. Fernand glared at both of them. I don't want any other woman because the women I want are right here. You, and you. Fernand pointed at 7 or 8 women present in the room. Anthony's and Leo's wives, as well as their cousins' wives, were included in Fernand's list. Besides that, the wives of the younger people in the Rogers family were included as well. No. We can't do this. Mr. Yates, please find someone else. They are ordinary ladies. Anthony's cousin, Silas Rogers, said. Smack. Zachary slapped Silas forcefully. How effing shameless can you get? Mr. Yates wants those ladies. How dare you? Talk back to him! Zachary shouted. Silas rubbed his face and said pitifully, but that is my wife. No, means no. Rumble. Golem, who was as tall as a large boulder, approached him and picked him up. Wham! He then slammed Silas forcefully on the floor. Crack! The cracking sound signified that Silas' waist had been broken. Ah! Everyone felt numb when they heard Silas' screams, and they could feel their blood run cold. Keep talking. Zachary laughed. What are you doing? Go to Mr. Yates. Zachary commanded. Silas' wife and the other ladies approached Fernand. Ah! Fernand pulled two women into his arms, and they screamed while the other women surrounded them. Fernand groped and kissed them from time to time. What are you two doing? Zachary stared at Anthony's and Leo's wives, Fiona and Maribel. He then stepped forwards and forcibly pulled them towards Fernand. Fiona and Maribel urgently shot Anthony and Leo looks of desperation. No. Yet. Not in your wildest dreams. How can our wives be humiliated like this? The brothers Anthony and Leo protested vigorously and they were about to pounce on Fernand. However, Bones and Titan approached them as well. Anthony and Leo felt their chests constrict because they could feel a menacing aura. No, no. Glenn immediately stopped Anthony and Leo in their tracks because he didn't want his sons to die. Anthony, Leo, Fiona and Maribel cried out helplessly. They were then trapped in Fernand's arms and molested. The men in the Rogers family watched as their wives, daughters, and sisters get violated, yet they couldn't do anything even though they were furious. They could only stare as the scene unfolded. This is so utterly humiliating. When Anthony and Leo saw their wives getting groped in front of them, they clenched their fists so hard that their fingernails dug into their flesh and bled. They felt so despondent that tears started to stream down their face. Get out! Or do you want to stay and watch the show? Fernand chuckled. The men in the Rogers family were so angry they almost lost their marbles. Because they knew what Fernand was about to do. How could they tolerate the fact that Fernand harassed their women in their own territory? However, they couldn't fight back because death awaited them if they did so. They were all chased out of the dining room. The three mighty generals guarded the entrance so they couldn't get in. Shrieks of horror were heard from the dining room. Thud. Anthony and Leo kneeled on the floor and exclaimed, "Revenge! We must have our revenge! Let's go and look for Mr. Garrison." The two brothers exchanged a glance. The Protector Chapter 460. Glenn had that thought too. Only Levi could stand up against Scott. He was the only hope the Rogers family had. However, Sebastian stopped them in their tracks. Are you about to ask the boss of the Morris Group for help? It doesn't matter. Anyway, because Mr. Yates is here to deal with him too. It'll be great if you asked him to come over. Glenn had a despondent expression because they didn't even get the chance to ask for reinforcements. An hour passed, and Fernand soon stepped out of the room with a tired expression. In the dining room, the women's clothes were tattered, and they huddled together and wept softly. Ah! Leo and Anthony bellowed in rage. They wanted to kill Fernand right there and then, but they fell silent when they saw Bones, Titan, and Golem. Pouncing on him would only mean death for them. From now on, we will be staying here. Fernand really took it too far. Not only did he humiliate the Rogers family, but he now wanted to live in their house. The Rogers family's women were horrified when they heard that because this meant they would fall victim to him again. Glenn had a sudden realization that Fernand was forcing them to call Levi over. If they didn't call Levi, Fernand would never leave. Are you not happy with Mr. Yates staying here? Golem asked in a low voice. The Rogers family didn't dare protest. It's an honor to the Rogers family that Mr. Yates is staying here. Glenn immediately answered. The news that Fernand Yates was staying in the Rogers family's house quickly spread across Northampton. Everyone in Northampton soon knew Scott's stepson was here along with 3 of the 4 mighty generals. The mighty generals were way more powerful than Sebastian, so everyone in Northampton felt terrified. The mighty generals were the ones who had oppressed Quebec, and their arrival meant that the person who had retired for 30 years had come out of his retirement. Besides that, Fernand Yates' behavior was absolutely abhorrent. He headed straight to the Rogers family after he arrived at Northampton, killed a few of their men, and raped their women. He was even living in the Rogers family's house now. Furthermore, Glenn Yates was forced to extend his warmest welcome to Fernand and satisfy his every need. He was willing to go that low to protect the Rogers family. Glenn knew that if they angered the 3 mighty generals, they would probably massacre the entire Rogers family. Meanwhile, at night, Fernand was visited 7 or 8 times in the Rogers family's house. He wore a bathrobe and swirled his glass of wine as he chuckled and said, "My stepfather suppressed me so much back in the day. This is how I'm supposed to be living. I think I need to extend my stay in Northampton." Being in Northampton meant that he could do whatever he liked. These 2 movies are pretty popular these days. I can see them everywhere. The main actress is pretty good. I heard that she's a rookie, Fernand said in amusement. Zachary, who stood by his side, immediately said, "Mr. Yates, I know who the main actress is. Her name is Helena Engler, and she's under the Oriental Star Group." "Oh? You know her?" Fernand looked up and asked. "I'll bring her to you if you are interested." Zachary chuckled. Fernand patted Zachary and exclaimed, "Good. You know your place. The Suarez family is blessed to have someone like you. I'll bring her over right now." But..." Zachary hesitated. A hint of frustration could be seen on Fernand's face. "What's wrong? Why are you stuttering? The Oriental Star Group's female president, Zoe Lopez, is a stunning beauty as well. Let me show you some pictures of her." Zachary wanted someone else to do the dirty work for him.